of arousal. He also shares that trauma originates as a response in the nervous system and does not originate in the event. So this is an important piece that we want to keep in mind as we go along, that trauma is actually something that's in our nervous system. It's not in the event. And that's going to become more important as we explore this further. And we may know that there's lots of different types of trauma. There's trauma that can happen from a particular event that causes a shock to our system, again, that might overwhelm our adaptive capacity. It can get more complex, in particular if a lot of those traumas might occur when we're developing over time, because then it's not just one event, it's actually many different experiences over time. And I'm sure all of us are familiar with the idea of intergenerational trauma and how it can pass through generations, and that we actually see modifications in gene expression. And then, of course, collective trauma can really speak to when entire groups of people may be experiencing trauma, again, through forms of oppression or discrimination or racism. And so I hope that we can, in a sense, see how what we're going to be exploring here can address all of these. And just to, if you're wondering why this might be useful, I'm sure many of us know about the adverse childhood experiences studies, which have shown us that intergenerational trauma can certainly increase the likelihood of adverse childhood experiences, and those adverse childhood experiences are going to have an impact. We know this from the science and the studies, has an impact on our functioning in systems, in our emotions, in our mind, and that this has an impact on then our physical body. It has an impact on our behaviors, and it can then lead to diseases, disabilities, a lot of social challenges, and even early death. And so from my perspective, I would say trauma, in fact, is the most important and powerful known determinant of health, because it really infuses everything that we might experience. And so I like this slide, because rather than us thinking of trauma as just one more thing that we have to deal with, one more thing on our plate, it is the plate. It is actually at the heart of much of what we're experiencing and seeing. So this slide here is just to kind of start thinking about how trauma might present. And I share this list because it's easy for us to fall into judgments when we have people that are showing up combative or agitated, or if they're very rigid in their demands, or how their presentation might be, if they're having difficulty sharing their experience, if they're engaging in behaviors that seem like they're self-destructive, if they're not able to answer questions that we're bringing up, if they're not following through with suggestions or medications, or if they seem like they're not interested in participating in their own health, or if they're missing appointments. And it's easy to start taking these kinds of situations and having reactions to them and our judgments. And we may even forget that many people have historically found just interfacing with the healthcare system itself is traumatizing, if, as we know, that there has been systems of oppression and racism that unfortunately continue even in our medical system. So even failing that, there's so many pieces that are coming into play here that might mean our patients might show up with these different presentations. And I hope, even within the next half an hour to 45 minutes, we'll understand why that might be the case. And then we actually can come to a place where really the only response is deeper understanding and greater compassion, so that we have new ways to address what we're experiencing. So the first thing I'd like to discuss here is around cultivating safety and the value of tracking physiological states. And we have a new paradigm. There's a whole world of somatic experiencing. Again, this is based on the work of Peter Levine. Somatic experiencing is a framework that allows us to assess where a person is stuck in different survival responses of fight, flight, or freeze, which we're going to talk about shortly. And it gives us some tools to resolve some of these physiological states that can get fixed. It also helps us resolve these in a more gentle way, so that we're not re-traumatizing ourselves or others in the process. And it's very much a body-oriented approach. If we come back to that definition that it lives in the nervous system. We have to work at the body level for our work to be effective. And so part of it's learning how to tolerate what we're feeling in our bodies, which can be very challenging if what we're feeling is highly activated or uncomfortable. So it's possible many of you heard of the polyvagal theory. I'm going to take a few moments to describe it just because I find it so helpful. This is a picture of Stephen Porges, who has been spending probably the bulk of the last 20 years really helping us to understand what the polyvagal theory is. And he's a researcher out of Indiana. He also coined a term, neuroception. So neuroception is the way that we unconsciously scan for cues of safety, danger, or life threat. And all of us are doing this all the time, whether we realize it or not. And what he's helped us to understand is that we have a very hierarchical system for responding to threat. Our most evolved way to respond to threat is to engage with the threat and see if we can settle down the threat through social engagement. And if that's not possible, we know of our fight or flight response, where we energize our system to respond to the danger through some sort of mobilization. And then there's a third part to our survival system, is that if we don't think we can run or fight, that we can fall into a freeze response where we actually shut down or collapse. And why this is important is, depending on what state we're in, what survival mechanism is in play, that's actually going to dictate the range of behaviors we have available. It doesn't become a conscious choice to act in certain ways when we're actually in the grip of a certain state. So this is a diagram that I think helps us understand these three different survival mechanisms. On the very bottom, you'll see the green social engagement state, which is part of the vagus nerve, the ventral vagal complex. And so this squiggly black line represents how, when we experience some sort of minor threat, we can adjust our blood pressure, our heart rate, even our facial expression. This nerve innervates our face, our throat, our heart and lungs, so we can make these minor adjustments in our physiology to manage the threat without spilling any of the stress hormones into our system. But if our system if we don't deem that that's enough, we then start to engage this larger black line heading into what we all know is the flight or fight response. And we can see with a flight response that can be from minor worry or concern all the way up to panic or sheer terror. On the fight side, it could be minor frustrations we're feeling all the way up to full-blown rage. And I know all of us have been up this line at different points. And this is where we spill lots of catecholamines into our system to get us energized, to get our blood vessels to our muscles dilated so we can respond to the threat. And there's all these physiological changes that occur here to mobilize our defense systems. But it also changes how we think. We're actually oriented to threat when we're in these places. We have a harder time being in the place of social engagement down at the bottom, where we can feel present, we can feel curious and compassionate. Here, we're actually geared towards threat. There may come a point where if we can't deal with the threat through fight or flight, that we may actually then go into this dorsal vagal response. So it's another part of the vagus nerve. It's a very, very old system. It's really what we share with the reptiles. So we're talking hundreds of millions of years old. And this is basically kind of the freeze, play dead kind of response. You might think of it almost like the near drowning response, where we shut down our blood flow to much of our body other than the heart, lungs, and the brain. So we're kind of just on a keep the system alive type of situation. And there's a very adaptive quality to that, because if we were, say, about to be attacked, we could play dead. It's possible the predator might find us less interesting. If it were to attack us, because we're shunting blood away from our periphery, we may not bleed as much. We actually even get flooded with endorphins when we're in this space. So there's a certain degree of comfort that we might experience, so we may not feel the pain of attack. But there's also the psychological component as human beings that may be different than some of the other animal kingdom, where we can then, if we stay in this state, we can feel more dissociated, we can feel numb, And if it's quite chronic, we can end up feeling depressed, and we may even fall into some shame when we're in this dorsal vagal response because we're shut down. So we're actually at less ability to manage further threat. If there's a new threat upon us, we actually can't defend ourselves as well when we're still in here. And therefore, we can actually experience shame for not protecting ourselves. Because this is meant to be a very short-term response. And as you look at this graph, ideally, once we start feeling safer, we start to deactivate. But notice we have to go through this kind of fight or flight response. We actually have to feel the activated energy of that, which is really uncomfortable. And many of us actually don't want to feel that. This is a really important stage for us to come out of these dorsal vagal responses, is to go through the process of deactivating. If you saw animals in the wild, they often would just shake their bodies. And that's a way to discharge a lot of this stored adrenaline. But we don't necessarily do that. We can actually sometimes just stay in these frozen places, or we can, hopefully with enough support, work our way back and come back to a socially engaged place where we can once again feel joy, we can once again be in the present moment and actually return to our physiology, being in a befriending and tending type of state where we take care of our system much better. The other piece that's important to know about this is the freeze response probably develops by 24 to 28 weeks in utero, whereas the fight or flight response maybe needs us to be getting to full term to be fully developed. The social engagement system takes years after birth to develop. And as you probably guessed, what allows the social engagement system to develop is attuned caregiving, where we have people around us who can support us in feeling that sense of safety, allow us to explore the world from that place, and therefore learn this capacity to be curious. And if we don't have that kind of experience, which can happen, of course, as we know, if there's been adverse childhood experiences in childhood or intergenerational trauma, those things can get compromised. And so without that, we don't have this very nuanced way to break our system. We actually shut our arousal down by using the dorsal vagal, which is a much more heavy-handed approach, but our system wouldn't know any better if it actually hasn't developed this more evolved break to our nervous system. So the nature of the survival physiology, it's like a sled full of rocks. It's been described like that. When we feel some threat, the further up we go that cycle, there's more urgency. It makes sense that we don't feel curious or creative because we're just trying to stay alive. And we see a fundamental shift in what we attend to. So we're perceiving threat. We fall into worrying about hierarchies. We become much more self-interested. We become less pro-social because right now we're actually driven to protect ourselves. And as I mentioned, if we've had early traumatic events, that's actually going to limit the amount of development of our social engagement system and therefore make it more likely we either can't return to it or we use some of these other older systems to keep our system, relatively working. This slide is just to kind of remind us that the nature of these states is we may not even realize that we, for instance, aren't in a fight response because we just feel maybe the threat underneath that. So we might experience ourselves, for instance, if we're in a fight response as the fish, others might experience this as the shark. And of course, that applies to all of us, that it's not easy to see the states that we're actually presenting to others. And just to say again, as I was mentioning, the fight, flight, freeze responses, they're all highly useful. They're just not meant to be used long term. So if we do get stuck in any of these, it's not a big surprise then that we might, for instance, if our muscles are continually activated, experience chronic pain. If our blood sugars are up to deal with threat, that we might, if we have a genetic predisposition, we might develop diabetes. All of these different conditions may in fact have a role to play with chronic stress on our system. And these are a couple of slides that I want to credit to Harley Eagle. We've been working a little bit together, and he shared this one with me, which I think is just a great reminder that this system is actually quite genius. So if we're living in situations of sustained trauma, our survival responses are called appropriate adaptation to living in a hostile environment. So again, this is a way for us to get out of judgment when we find people in any of these states, and actually start to bring understanding and compassion for the genius of our systems. If any of you have read My Grandmother's Hands by Resmaa Menakem, you might recognize these quotes. And again, Harley had highlighted these for me. Oops. I want to honor his contribution to that. But just to say that this graph can help us not just think of individuals, but families and people. So if there are chronic responses, trauma in a person, decontextualized over time looks like personality. Trauma in a family, decontextualized over time, looks like family traits. And trauma in a people, decontextualized over time, looks like culture. And again, for me, this has been very helpful ways to think about those that I'm serving and how I might address different situations. So then the key is to really support that process of coming down from activated states through creating a perception of safety, so that the system perceives safety unconsciously. And that can be created through having opportunities where we can co-regulate. If my system is in, for instance, the social engaged state, just being around other people can actually support them to join me. Vice versa, if I'm in a fight or flight response, actually being with another person who helps me regulate can make a big difference. So these reliable reciprocal relationships are really important. Of course, we can engage in things on an individual level, whether it's meditation practices or getting out in nature or exercise that can support our own self-regulation. And then understanding the physiology can be incredibly helpful, so that we can drop some of our judgments and actually again awaken some compassion and understanding for our states. And this idea that because if our system perceives threat, if, for instance, I've had some traumatic experiences from the past that I have not necessarily healed from, I can misperceive things that are happening now. And my nervous system is going to feel threatened even if there's not a threat that's actual or real in the moment. And so that's why it's so important that we support the perception of safety, to really encourage people's nervous systems to start to return to a more engaged state. So I want to bring in a case now so that we can see how this might be applicable in clinical settings. And this is the first time I'm presenting this case, so I hope it's a valuable way to learn around this. This is a 50-year-old female patient that had been referred to me some years ago, and she was living with longstanding obesity and PTSD symptoms. And she'd been on some medication for some time. She had tried a bunch of different things over the years, so she wasn't interested in further changes. And the very first time I met her, she could barely make eye contact. In fact, she couldn't sit for very long. She kept getting up and moving around the room. And her speech was quite pressured. She was interrupting me quite a bit through the interview. And she had, as we kind of went through her history, it was clear she had a lot of adverse childhood experiences. She had grown up, she described, with a grandfather who was sexually abusive. And I'm sorry if the story might awaken other people's triggers in the audience here. She had two older sisters who her grandfather had actually been abusive to all three of them. She also had a father who had challenges with alcohol, and when he would drink, he would sometimes be abusive to her mother. So she witnessed much of this alongside the history when she was in her, I believe in her 30s, having survived a very serious motor vehicle accident. And then more recently in the last year, one of her sisters had died, and she was experiencing some survivor guilt. And then her dog, Freddie, had just more recently died in the last 6 months, and it was quite a horrific death in that there was some botched care that had really made that a much more traumatic experience for her, but it was also the being that she felt most close to. And so she described numbing herself through alcohol and through food. She also, as we kind of explored different things, was able to share that she did have some passions, which included engaging in art. She described blowing glass, and that it was something that she hadn't done much of recently, but was something that she cared about deeply, and she loved to be on the water. So just to share with you some ways that I supported experiencing safety in the moment. One was through recognizing symptoms of trauma. It would have been easy, my old self would have seen some of these things around interrupting or her restlessness, her challenge looking at me. I might have taken it personally before. I might have got agitated myself. And now actually I could just see these things and understand their source. Another piece was to actually give her options. So as soon as she came in, I actually just let her decide where she wanted to sit. And she in fact chose the chair closest to the door. And I even gave her permission to choose how long she wanted to sit for, and that allowed her to actually move around the room when she felt this restless energy. She in fact requested to keep the door partially open, which we did as a way to help support her system to perceive safety and essentially the ability to escape if she wanted to. Another way that I could actually support safety was managing my own reactivity. You know, it would have been easy for me to either non-verbally share my displeasure around being interrupted as often as I was, or some of the energy in the room, or even fall into wanting to escape on some level. So part of it was just managing that myself and doing my best to really just stay present to her. And then another piece was to just give her the space to tell her story. So I did my best to not interrupt really as best I could, and weave what I was hearing her share into a story that made sense for both of us. I share that with limits because if you think about stories of trauma, it's easy to get re-traumatized by our own stories. So part of it was actually just watching her nervous system and seeing if, as she was sharing, if it was getting to be too much, I would actually, then I would interrupt, and I would let her know I'm not interrupting her. I'm interrupting a story so we can attend to her body and not let her get overwhelmed. So that also included not only encouraging her to notice moments where she might have strengths or good things happening in her life. It was actually an intentional request to ask her, you know, what brings her joy. And that's when she shared about art and being on the water. And when she spoke to those activities, I could see a shift in her physiology. So we actually together took a moment to recognize what that was like for her in her body. And those moments were actually quite key. And then, of course, validating her experience. So as she's sharing, saying, wow, you know, doesn't it make sense that your system is so dysregulated when you think about the things that you've lived through, perhaps some unresolved trauma from the accident, and then now having to go through like the loss of the person you care most about or the being that you care most about, as well as the loss of a dear sibling. It's not a big surprise, is it? And actually being able to do that, I could even just see through that visit how she started to settle. So we're going to come back to her story in a few moments, but just to kind of speak to the importance of how we show up for people who have been traumatized. And coming back to the polyvagal theory, just how important it is to see that we're wired to connect with each other. And this social engagement system is very much one that shares with us the importance of our connection with each other. That connectedness is really a biological imperative that starts from the moment we're in utero right through to when we pass. And it's active when we can actually demonstrate compassion for each other, when we can, again, let our systems affect each other. It invites this sense of curiosity and this sense of give and take within the relationship. And as I said, actually, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, the ventrovagal nerve is myelinated, which means that it acts really quickly. It's a much more nuanced kind of response system than the dorsal vagal. So that is not myelinated. So the ventral vagal, when we're actually in that space, we can actually manage our moments much more fluidly, again, without the spill of the stress hormones. And therefore we can experience a sense of nourishment, which then becomes a bit of a positive spiral for us. If any of you have done any reading of Dan Siegel, he's one of my mentors as well. And I like this acronym because to me, it speaks to that quality of how we might be. So P, presence. Can we be open to what's here and be receptive to the person that's in front of us, including their nervous system, how it's showing up, including their story, and seeing if we can drop our judgments. The A is about attunement. Can we really attune with the person and almost put ourselves in their shoes and sense what it is that they're experiencing? And of course, we need to do that with ourselves so that we can manage what's going on in our own system. And then the R is about resonance. Can we demonstrate that we understand this person? Can we show through our language, through our body gestures that we understand? And that all of these together are building trust. So when we are fully present with the person without our judgments, when we're here really attuning to them and can resonate with them, that's where trust builds. And actually that's when we can start to regulate each other's systems. We can actually support that process of a return to a healthy baseline. So this is why it's tricky, because if you are a provider in the audience or you're part of a team, this is tricky because we're instinctually primed to resonate with other people's reactions. So if we see people in a fight, flight, or freeze response, we can't help it. That's going to influence us. I remember running a group, a mindfulness group with some patients, and I had been fully rested. As we were doing the practice, I suddenly felt incredibly sleepy, and I looked to the person to my right, and they were completely asleep, and I was actually just being influenced by their physiology. And I'm sure many of you can sense when somebody shows up in a fight response, that activates our fight response too, and we have to be really cognizant of that. Many of us got into the healthcare profession because we feel strongly empathetic, and until we start to differentiate what's ours and what's another person's, we're actually in a more vulnerable place because we can wear everything personally. And of course, we know that if we're working with people who have experienced trauma, we are going to inherit some of that, and that's going to get into our system. It may even awaken our own history of trauma. And so we've got lots of things working potentially against us. Again, if you're a provider, these are some of the different stressors that you might be going through. I'm just going to put these up on the list here on the screen here. But as you see these, you might see yourself in some of these or people on your team that might be going through these. And these are all playing a factor for us in whatever roles we might be in. And of course, there's the big one that is certainly impacting our function these days. So I thought we might just do an exercise together right now where we can together just start to turn towards our own nervous systems and with some compassion, see if we can, as a very first place, recognize what's going on in our own beings, which is not easy because we're often very busy and it may not feel comfortable. We tend to avoid and ignore. We have that kind of reflex to do that. And this is an opportunity to see the importance. So I'm going to invite you right now, if you like, just to take a moment to stop. And this means some breaths maybe down into our belly or into our back. It's a way of, if we think about the polyvagal theory, it's a way of, in this moment, inviting a little bit of safety, this felt sense of this is a moment of okayness. And so it's a way of really supporting our own nervous system to settle a little bit. And then the O is really, it's about opening our senses and observing. Seeing if we can just take a moment without judgment, just with an honest reflection, notice how we are. And we want to take in anything. So it could be what's easy and comfortable, maybe in our body where we feel most at home. It could also be where there's some tightness or tension. Or maybe we can feel our feet kind of restless, wanting to move, or even run. We can notice our emotions. Is there a sense of worry or frustration? Maybe even something stronger, like rage towards somebody that we've just had to deal with. Who knows? Maybe there's some numbness. We're having actually difficulty feeling. We've tuned out a little bit. Or maybe we are just feeling open and curious, that there's this sense of ease. We can notice the kinds of thoughts we're having, or even the state of our mind. Is our mind open and able to take in all sounds and smells and sights, or is our thought process really focused on something, a threat of some sort, or engaged in some kind of judgment? Or is our mind tired or foggy or restless? Again, we're not needing to do anything about any of this right now, but just to invite a recognizing of what's here. And of course, we can take in our environment. We can even notice if it's easy to take in our environment or if that's difficult. So through smells, sounds, sights, as I was mentioning earlier. And then the P part is really just to proceed into this next moment with some compassion, with a little bit more wisdom about how we are. I noticed when I was just checking in that my feet were a little bit antsy, and I was having thoughts of like, oh, is this talk landing? Are people, I can't really see you very well through the screen here, so I don't know how this is landing on others. I had thoughts like, is this useful? And so for me, proceeding in this moment into compassion is just to kind of let my feet find a little bit more stillness and remind myself that, well, first of all, if I'm just having a good time, that counts for something. And even if one person finds this useful, that also is worth something. So I'm not sure how we might do this, but I thought we might just take even 3 or 4 minutes just to hear from a couple of people. What are you noticing about your current state? Either what you noticed in your body or around your mind and thoughts. And if you're in the audience, you could just share. I'm not sure how easy that is going to be to share. Maybe somebody can give me a hand from there. Or if you're joining online, you could use the chat box just to see if we can get a sense of what people are noticing for themselves. And maybe somebody that's in the auditorium there can just tell me if this is a practical exercise, if it's possible for people to actually do this from there. Well, hopefully that was helpful, just to connect with each other and share a little bit about your experience right now. And we'll see how we do. I hope that there'll be some time at the end, maybe just to debrief this together. So I want to turn to the second piece that I was hoping for us to cover today, which is around converting problems into positive visuals. And so just, some pieces around this that I found helpful to think about. We are trained and we're wired to focus on what's wrong with ourselves and others. And if you think about the polyvagal theory, again, it makes sense because we're primed to look for threat. And that's good. That's kept us alive. The problem is, if we're preoccupied with what's wrong or with threats, that means we actually have less focus on what allows us to flourish. And our brain can't actually visualize in negatives. If I said to you, don't think of the most challenging patient you've ever had to work with, most of us actually get the picture of the person who it's been very challenging for us. If I even said, don't think of a red balloon, most of us will actually get a picture of a red balloon in our mind. And so we can't help that. We're continually creating pictures in our mind, and we sometimes forget that we can often be focusing on stressful or traumatic experiences from the past or from the future, and therefore making it difficult for us to connect with what actually is good. And the research is quite clear that if we can shift our focus to positive visuals, that in fact inspires not only action but well-being. So the paradigm and the science behind this is really based in positive psychology, which is the scientific exploration of the conditions and processes that lead to optimal health and performance. And here, unlike our traditional psychological approach where we're focusing on pathology and what's wrong and on disease, with positive psychology, we're actually emphasizing human strengths and positive emotions. So we're creating the conditions under which people might flourish. Barbara Fredrickson is one of the founders of the positive psychology movement, and she has coined this theory called the broaden and build theory. So I'm just going to say a few words about this, and then we'll go back to the case study and see how this might be relevant. And what she's been able to show is that when we hit and feel into positive emotions, it does two things. One, it broadens our cognitive abilities, which means we can attend to more in our environment. We can attend to things in our periphery. We're not quite so focused on the threat, and we actually allow ourselves to take in more information. As we're doing that, we get different thoughts that come into our mind, which might be connected with different behaviors. And so that gives us a lot more flexibility in terms of options on how we might manage the moment. We have a lot more control over what we attend to, whether we have a broad focus or a more narrow focus, so we can bring these different kind of skill sets to the moment. And again, if you think about the polyvagal theory, not a big surprise, if we're not in so much of a threat kind of physiology, we're actually much more likely to attend to other people and what's going on in our environment, because we're not so focused on our own survival. And then from this place of a broadened cognition, we tend to build resources, whether those are physical resources like building physical skills or engaging in activities, building social resources like connecting with friends or carving out support networks, intellectual resources in terms of gaining knowledge around things or exerting our executive control, psychological resources in terms of actually gleaning a sense of optimism or hope for our future, tapping into our own creativity. And the interesting thing about this that the research has shown is even though these positive emotions might just last for a few moments, once we're in them and once we actually have these experiences, the resources we get are in fact durable. So these short-lived moments actually lead to prolonged, sometimes long-lasting benefits. So the idea with converting problems into positive visuals is if our patient might speak in what we might call negative terms, this is a visual negative, then we help them flip their problem into a visible positive outcome. So here, just to share with you the example, this might help. I'm going to share a few different examples from the same patient case. So as you remember, this was a patient living with these challenges, and she's been numbing herself through alcohol and with food. She had, by the way, I forgot to mention when we met her the first time, she had started to have moments where she could actually feel ease. So when she turned towards the art, actually purposely got to the water, she had these moments of ease, but they were very few and far between. She really still was stuck in turmoil, what she described as self-sabotage and survivor guilt. These were her words. And so at some point I just asked her, how would you prefer to feel? And so we're converting a negative thing, like I don't want turmoil, self-sabotage, or guilt. I want to feel, she said, I want to feel more emotionally stable. These were her words. And again, this is another important feature that I'm not choosing for her. So I just asked her, where are you now? What the science is showing is if we have a negative emotion, it immediately registers in our implicit memory. If we have a positive emotion, we actually have to linger in it for probably 15 to 30 seconds for it to actually register within us. So these kinds of questions can actually support us to stay in these states for longer. So I asked her, where are you now in terms of feeling emotionally stable, 1 to 10? And she said, I'm at about a 3. And then we explored where she might like to get to. And she said, within 3 months, if I could get up to 6, that would be fantastic. So again, we just played with visualizing this idea. Imagine it's 3 months down the road, you're actually feeling more emotionally stable. What would that be like for you? And we, by this point, had developed enough of a relationship that she could join me in this place where she said, at this place at a 6, when I feel stressed, I meet that stress with healthier choices. And she said, emotionally stable means I actually allow myself to feel things rather than numbing myself out with food or with alcohol. I actually give myself a chance to feel. And then she said something quite interesting. I'm going to treat myself with kindness. And she brought up just all the negative self-talk and the ways that she treats herself. That was actually a big part of why she had to, in a sense, numb herself out. So then I asked, what would it bring you? What would be the benefit if you could feel more emotionally stable? And again, I'm just trying to keep her in that state long enough that it can really register. And she said, you know what, it's going to bring me some ease in my life. And then she said something interesting. It'll actually help me appreciate what I already have. And I could tell just by, again, watching her physiology, she was starting to settle even with this exercise. So then it was just simply, what might be your next couple of steps? And you might recognize some brief action planning in here. So she came up with a couple of things. She goes, when I do feel tension in my body, I'm just going to start to journal and write about it, give myself permission to actually get curious. And then she said, I'm going to make alcohol less available so I can't see what's in the home and I'm not going to buy any more. And then she was continuing the thread of our first visit where she said, I'm going to just appreciate the moments where I am here, that I'm not stuck in the past or worrying about the future. When the moments that I am here, I'm just going to linger in them a little bit and see what that affords me. So I saw her actually 6 weeks later. She had canceled her 2-week follow-up. And at that point, she described for her first 2 weeks, she actually had no alcohol. She was having probably between 3 and 5 drinks per day before that. But she described that the negative voices were overwhelming her. And she at some point said, I don't want to sink into a pit of despair. Now again, positive intention, but if you look at it, hopefully you can recognize it's a negative visual of sinking into a pit of despair. So I asked her, what would you rather have? How would you rather actually be meeting these moments? And she said, she came up with, I want to keep the faith. Now I don't even have to know necessarily what that means for her, but she did give us a bit of information. In this case, I actually drew a line just to help us kind of get a sense of this as a skill, to keep the faith. Asked her, where are you now? And she said, I'm down here around a 2. And then we just played with this exercise of imagining herself walking up the line. So I said, imagine you're 3 in keeping the faith. What's that like? And so she followed me and she let herself go there. And great that she could actually tune into her body. She said, wow, I feel courage in the top of my chest. She actually even put her hand there for a moment. And she noticed, wow, my legs feel solid. And she actually brought her hands together, kind of in a prayer position like that, which was part of keeping the faith. And that's, again, very helpful because we're getting these body cues that she can use in the future. We kind of worked up the line further. Okay, imagine you're just a bit further along. Maybe you're 4 in keeping the faith. And she said, I asked her, what's different here? And she said something interesting. She goes, wow, here I can turn towards difficult emotions. There's less fear around feeling them. And then we imagined she's even further up. We got up to, I think, a 6. And I asked her, how do you think differently here? And again, she followed along and she said, when I'm here, I can fake it till I make it. That's the thought she had. And then she said something very interesting. I'm not beyond repair. And she talked about how, for the most part, she walks around thinking she's at the mercy of her history, that intergenerational trauma is always going to impact her and that she's never going to be able to rise above it. But in this moment at a 6, she was having these thoughts that she's actually not beyond repair. As I was preparing for this study, this case, I realized now, wow, that's still a negative statement. It's still helpful, but we could have actually done a bit more work to explore another thought. We asked what her next steps might be, and she said, you know what, I'm just going to have this daily practice where I bring my hands together to remember this moment, because I forgot to say, when she was here at a 6, as you might imagine, her physiology was quite different. She was back in a much more socially engaged frame of being. And then she was just going to bring these words to the moment. I'm not beyond repair. I can fake it till I make it. And actually, in fact, that's what she was doing. Saw her again 4 weeks after that. Now she, in fact, described being up to a 7 in keeping the faith. And she presented again already with a little different physiology. She said alcohol is no longer an issue. In fact, she had stopped drinking. But now she was really aware of just how bad some of her nutritional choices were. And she was still getting very sucked into the negative vortex, especially around food, which she called her inner critic. So there's lots of different ways that we can invite a positive visual. And in her case, I just asked, okay, there's this one voice. What voice would you prefer to listen to? And she gave it some thought, and she discovered, wow, there's another voice here. And she said, well, it's this different voice. And we were able to give it a name, which was she called the encouraging voice. And we did something very similar. It's like, okay, let's just turn up the volume. There's another way we could play with the positive visual. And so we can get curious, what does that voice actually have to say? And these are some of the things that she said. When she listened to that voice, it's like, you know what, get outdoors. Whenever you're outdoors, you're always in a better mood. Whenever you spend time in the forest, whenever you go fishing, those things actually really support you. It had this kind of calming, soothing quality, so you could calm down, relax, take your time, savor things a little bit. Give yourself that permission. And then she said something interesting. You know, you did the best you could. And what came up for her was she was thinking about her dog. She was thinking about her sister. And she was still plagued with a lot of the inner critic. You know, I wasn't there for them. My sister had actually protected me from much of the abuses of my grandfather. She actually put her own body in the way and suffered the consequences of that to protect me. And so she felt like she could never have done enough. But in this moment, she could connect with, you know what, I spent 6 months before her sister died. I spent 6 months with her by her bedside, day in, day out, and I did the best that I could. And she did the same with her dog. And she could connect with that truth. And then she said something to me that I'll never forget. She said, you know what? The voice says you deserve healthy food. Which was totally in the face of how she normally would treat herself. And that word deserve actually was quite important for her, because it began this journey of, again, permission to have a healthier life. So if we break this down, we're going to come back to her case one more time. But if we break this down, it really is just asking, what do you want? And having the person share what it might be. How would you rather feel? How would you rather be? And if they can't come up with something, you could ask them what they're tired of. So what is it they don't want? A person might say, I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired of pain. And then we might ask, okay, what is it you'd rather have? And they might say, I want to feel energy, or I want to feel more comfort. We can work with the negative once it's been articulated. And then you might use some of these questions, you know, where are you? Where would you like to get to? What would it look like for you? What would it bring you? We're kind of, again, trying to keep the person really attached and into that state, because that's going to actually influence them over time. As you can tell, it's important that you're listening really well to what the person's saying, so we can use their words, hear through their tone what's actually more important, and make sure what they're coming up with is in their power. In any situation, it's easy to focus on those things that are outside our power, and that obviously then can continue to lead to some sense of powerlessness. So just some different examples. Somebody who's stuck, say, in depression or chronic fatigue. I don't want to feel so depressed or tired. I might ask, how would you rather feel? And they might say, I want to feel more energy. I want to feel more passionate. I want to feel more joy. Somebody who's stuck in overwhelm. I have no control over my diabetes, over my life, over pregnancy. I've heard that before. We might ask a question like, well, where do you have control? And they might say, well, I have control over the clothes that I wear. I have control over who I spend time with. I have control over seeing you as a healthcare provider. And again, we're trying to help the person notice, again, at least where are some of the positives in their life so we can get out of that negative vortex. Somebody might say, I want to lose weight. Again, great goal, but notice it's stated in what I'm trying to lose. And so very helpful to maybe ask, what is it you want to gain? And when I've asked that question to people in this situation, I've heard them say, I want to gain confidence. I want to gain access to my full wardrobe. I want to gain strength. I want to gain endurance. I want to gain self-esteem. There's all these different things that a person might say. Far more empowering. Somebody might say, I want to quit smoking. I want to quit using drugs. Again, good goal. But if I think about quitting smoking, I actually get a picture of having a cigarette. I get the very picture of we don't want. And I've heard people say, well, what is it you want to start? And I've heard them say, well, I want to start attracting positive things in my life. I want to start saving money. I want to start feeling good about myself. I want to start breathing easily. There's all these different possibilities that we can explore through simply getting curious. So I do want to bring this home to us here in the audience, because there's, again, a challenge for us. Many of us are providing care and are going through our own frustrations. And so it's easy for all of us to focus on our own negative visuals. So I thought we might just do a little reflective exercise again here. I'm just going to check and see how we're doing for time. I think we'll be okay. Just to remind you of all those things we talked about before. Again, just to see if you can, for yourself, notice, okay, what's something I'm frustrated by in my own practice or in my own work? And so here are some examples. It could be I'm frustrated by exhaustion. And it could be that I'm frustrated by feeling overwhelmed. Or I'm frustrated by the amount of administration. I'm frustrated by how I take things personally. I'm frustrated by feeling a sense of isolation. So whatever you might come up with for yourself, and then just seeing if you can notice, what would I prefer? So if it was exhaustion, maybe it is I want a sense of vitality or rest. If I was saying I'm noticing I feel overwhelmed, maybe I want more peace. If I'm frustrated and mired in administrivia, maybe what I want is more work-life balance. Or if I'm feeling isolated, maybe I want more sense of connection or more sense of support. And then just kind of getting a sense, okay, where am I on that? How vital do I feel? How rested do I feel? How connected or supported or at peace? And just giving a sense of where you might accurately put yourself. Noticing what it would bring you if you could move yourself a little bit further along, even 1 or 2 steps. For me, if I think about, this is actually my example, sense of vitality. If I went from where I currently am as maybe a 5, if I got to 7, that would bring me more ability to engage in the things I love. I've gone through some injuries in the last few years. I haven't played guitar for 2 years. And if I felt that kind of energy, I would actually see myself getting back to some of those kinds of activities. And then just seeing if you can come up with 1 step you might take to support moving in this direction, even if it's super small. So for me, my step is like, making sure I pause before I say yes to requests. And so just giving myself permission to, before I say yes to things, make sure that it's actually something I can take on happily or that I can do without significant cost. So I'm just checking. I think I was just going to open this up for hearing 1 or 2 examples, but what if we just took 2 minutes this time, really short, just partly because I realize our time, just 2 minutes if you want to connect back with the person you've already talked to, if that's possible, just to maybe share if you could have, the word or 2 that you might have come up with, just a bit of back and forth about what it is you noticed, through this exercise, and even just one thing that you might do for yourself. I was hoping we could just kind of bring these together now, think back to this case and see how these different modalities might be integrated. So coming back to our case, again, reminding you of the scenario. And I forgot to mention that after the last visit, one sign that told me that she had improved was she had planned a trip to Europe. Something that she had thought about for 15 years, had saved up some money for, but just never felt well enough to engage in. And that was a sign to me that she had been moving in a positive direction. She hadn't gone yet, but that was something that, again, was a very positive sign. So 6 weeks after I had last seen her, she had lost a little bit of weight. She was using the volume dials in terms of her voices with good effect. But she had a new trigger, which was she just received a bill for $2,200 from the veterinarian for the care of her dog, Freddie. And this brought up a lot of painful memories, because now what she shared was it had been a botched care, in the sense that it had been an emergent situation. They had to do surgery. They didn't have proper consent forms. They didn't properly provide analgesia. And then her dog had died, and she never felt like they had communicated very well around what happened. And she had watched the whole process. And of course, it then started triggering her memories of her own sister and losing her sister, and the guilt that she felt around the loss of her sister as well. And so when I saw her, she admitted that the day before she had drank alcohol. So she arrived on this particular visit quite agitated, quite restless, sweaty. And as you think about the polyvagal theory, we could see how she had once again presented in quite an activated state. So I want to share with you another way that you could consider the polyvagal theory and to play with its possibilities. As I said earlier, trauma, it lives in the nervous system. So I thought first, let's maybe just get a sense of, where do you feel the most agitated in your body? And so she took a few moments and she described how she felt knots in her back. She noticed her feet were clenched and her toenails were almost digging into the ground. And she felt like her legs felt quite numb. And so we just took a moment to notice those features. But as we talked about with the orientation to the positive, we didn't stop there. It was then asking the question, okay, where would you say the agitation is the least? Again, not something people are used to orienting to, but she took the time. Together we did that and scanned the body, and she was able to notice, oh wow, actually in my chest feels open. And again, as she did that, she had that old kind of feeling where she put the hand to the chest, and that connection with her hand also helped her feel less agitated. And over the course of the next few moments, as we just kind of rested there, let herself really attend to something else that's also here, this place in the body that feels less agitated, she could connect with, once again, how she had cared for her dog, how she had been there, how she had held its paw as it was dying, and again, how she had been there for her sister. And she could remember that she had supported those that she cared about enough. And then she had the thought, it's okay. She actually let herself feel that. And we did a little exercise where she could actually just go back and forth between this place in her body where it was not agitated to the place where it was agitated, and just go back and forth, toggling her attention, spending more time in the area where it actually feels better and less time in the places where it was painful and uncomfortable. And just that back and forth attention actually supported her in her system settling down even further, to the point that she could actually make eye contact with me again. She started smiling. She was able to actually feel and savor into the moment that we were having together. So then her plan was, just as an exercise, to practice over the coming weeks, to toggle her attention whenever that might have been helpful as a daily practice. So here's the final kind of follow-up with her 4 weeks after that, followed up, and this time she arrived very different. She came in with a lot of eye contact. She was smiling. These are her words. She said, "I feel it's been the strongest 3 weeks for me in the last 3 years." She even described having an experience of betrayal with a friend of hers 1 week ago. What she did was, it was like a collection of all the things we've been working with. She actually was able to remember the encouraging voice and turn up the volume. She actually felt into her body where she felt those kind of negative sensations of the betrayal, and then it was able to come back to places where it was less so and toggle her attention. And she played with keeping the faith with some of that language that supported her, like, "You're not beyond repair, and you've done enough." And what was interesting is that she did not drink any alcohol after that event, and she actually was happy with how she fed her body. She didn't fall into any emotional eating. And to me, this is the biggest piece that came from this follow-up, was she was now ready to join a group medical visit, a series of group medical visits. I didn't mention before, but before she had no interest. She thought there's no way she could be in a group of other people. And now she talked about wanting to get back to swimming. I mentioned she loved the ocean. And she wanted to now meet the guilt she was feeling with compassion. So we talked about this idea of less wrestle, more dance, and hopefully you can see how that was playing out with this case. And just to come back full circle to that broaden and build theory, hopefully you can see how, together we could broaden cognition. She could take in far more information, not attend to just the threat, but also those things that allow her life to flourish. And she was building resources. Intellectual resources in terms of understanding the polyvagal theory, in terms of building some different skills. Social resources, now she's able to actually develop some further networks of support. Physical, in terms of wanting to move her body more and now get back into swimming. Psychological, in terms of building her capacity to endure and to turn towards the difficult scenarios. And this is a quote from Barbara Fredrickson: "Although positive emotions are short-lived, this theory posits that the coordinated changes they produce in our thoughts, actions, and physiological responses have long-lasting consequences." So to recap, just some of the different trauma-sensitive practices we've been exploring. One is we can stop. We can manage our own reactivity, an exercise we did, so we can at the very least know where we're starting from, bring some compassion to our own self. If it's possible, get ourselves back into a more socially engaged place, but at the very least, be able to acknowledge and be transparent about our own needs. We can ask permission of those that we're serving so that we bring in this layer of safety and autonomy. Really focus on this idea of connection with the person before we get into any content. And orienting to the positive, as we've talked about, how the challenge with trauma is it's like a vortex, and we just get into the cycle of noticing the threat. And if we can orient to the positive, that can be incredibly helpful. And then titrating exposure to trauma, because one of the things that I think we do with good intention, but with negative impact, is when we ask people about traumatic experiences, we don't necessarily track how it's affecting them. And in fact, we might be creating more freeze responses, maybe not during our visit, but maybe afterwards, that there's been too much information. So we can help people by limiting how much of the story they might share, or tracking their physiology so that we can do things in smaller chunks. And then this idea of embracing a don't know mind. Hopefully you saw with this case, I didn't know what were going to be her responses, and there's no way that I can possibly come up with her ideas of moving forward, but I can get on board with her. And that's another way of empowering the person to realize they have a lot of wisdom within themselves. We've talked about tracking physiology regularly, and that's both for our own physiology and the person we're serving. Hopefully, if you got nothing else from this talk, is to not take how people present personally, but actually see a lot of this as trauma responses that then can engage our compassion. And then knowing what optimizes safety. We could talk about this in more detail, but if you think about somebody who presents with anxiety, safety often comes through a sense of reassurance that, you have support. Somebody who presents enraged, safety might come in a sense of numbers or a sense of validation that what you're enraged about is valid. It's like, wow, yeah, I get why you might be upset by that. I'm really hearing how this feels like an injustice to you, and meeting that person actually in a place of their own validation of the threat they're experiencing can be incredibly helpful. Somebody who's stuck in a freeze response, safety might come in slowing down, because if they're not taking in information as easily, slowing our voice down, creating space for responses, creating physical space so they don't feel threatened by our presence, that can be what optimizes safety. So it's important to kind of sense where people are and then offer different things depending on where they're at. And then we can match our expectations of them based on their state. If somebody's completely shut down, expecting them to tell us how they feel or what they need, or even to consistently make appointments is not realistic. And then finally, to celebrate the adaptivity. So when we see these different survival responses, is actually to understand there's a genius to our system. And it's unfortunate if we get caught in chronic states, but actually it's our system doing exactly what it's designed to do. And supporting patients to understand that too can really limit a lot of the shame that certainly I see walks into the room with the patient. So key points that, positive visuals do support building resourcefulness, that it's really important that we can cultivate safety and track embodied physiological states, and that we have to do the work ourselves, because that's actually going to allow us to be in a state where we can really provide co-regulation more meaningfully. A few words about resources. You've got the STOP technique hopefully in your back pocket, and different people will use it in different situations. I've seen emergency room teams actually use this as a collective exercise to support their function. I'll make sure we get some of these resources to you if they're not going to be available in another form, but there's websites for Barbara Fredrickson or Stephen Porges, Daniel Siegel. There's lots of wonderful information on all these different theories. Websites for motivational interviewing, for coaching, for positive psychology. The bottom one is the work of Peter Levine, and so there's different videos of that are at your disposal for any of these modalities. I suspect there are some of you in the audience that are either already doing it or are training to provide group medical visits for CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy skills. But those are available province-wide, and I can envision over time that they're going to become even more and more trauma-informed. Just to say, I am working with UBC's coaching and mentoring program, and we're just looking right now to offer a small group of support for people who work with patients who are dealing with trauma. So if that's of interest for you, maybe you could get a hold of me in the next couple of weeks, because we're going to be starting that probably in the fall. And then we didn't get into brief action planning specifically, but hopefully you saw that embedded in this. And if you're looking for some supports, then the Center for Collaboration and Motivational Interviewing is another place to access some resources. Okay, my apologies for going over time, and it's 12:12. I know you have some lunch to eat. I'm happy. I could stick around for another 10 minutes before I have to leave, but I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments if there are any. And I'll also put I realized I didn't put my email address on that slide. My apologies. So I'm just going to put it in the chat box here, and hopefully that can get shared as well.
I'm going to be talking a bit about the national perspective of what we've done with the Change program and some of the history. That client's going to join me and some of the other doctors as well. And for me, I'm the chair of Metabolic in Canada, which we affectionately refer to as METC. And it's a very personal story that I'm going to tell. It's about two very special people, my mom and dad. And my mom had a lot of health issues over about 30 years. She was in the hospital a lot, and as a family, we spent a lot of time in hospitals, especially my dad, who was a very successful entrepreneur. And he got to spend a lot of time talking to doctors. And as a successful entrepreneur, one of the, if any of you hang out with any entrepreneurs, they do have a tendency to be entrepreneurs everywhere they go. So he would meet doctors, he would ask them, you know, if you could change one thing in healthcare, what would it be? And the answer that he heard most often was, I wish my patients would exercise more and eat healthier. Even surgeons. It was so common. And one of the doctors who treated my mom was Dr. Bush Gigi Boy. He's quite renowned for his research and his work in gastroenterology and nutrition and disease. And in their conversations, they realized that while there was a lot of research on the benefits of exercise and diet, there wasn't a lot of applicable, practical solutions. And so they started coming up with the idea of developing the CHANGE program, and which takes all of the best of research and turns it into a clinical application of something that can be used. And so my dad, the entrepreneur, he started going out and cold calling people at the universities. Dr. G.T. Boy helped him identify people right across the country. And before long, they built a team of people who were so excited about the opportunity of taking their research and turning it into something that was really applicable. And so that was the technology in me. There we go. And so you might wonder what the interest in all of this was for. And 1 in 5 Canadians has metabolic syndrome, and most of them don't know it. The numbers are probably higher now on the other side of the pandemic, but sometimes people reach the age group of 60, 40% of people have metabolic syndrome. And diabetes and cardiovascular disease account for 43% of the deaths in Canada. There's a real opportunity for us to shift the trillions, the billions of dollars being spent on acute health care into something preventative. And so the CHANGE program was born. Dr. Gigi Boy coined that acronym, Canadian Health Advanced by Nutrition and Graded Exercise. After 13 years, I can almost get it out without looking at my notes. It's a catchy little one. But it's, we founded it in 2013. We spent $2 million developing the program. So we developed the program, and then we tracked 309 people through a rigorous medical study in 3 provinces across Canada, in Alberta, Toronto, Ontario, and in Quebec City in Quebec. And the results were phenomenal. It was absolutely incredible how it worked. And you're going to hear a lot more about that in the next, today and tomorrow, I think. So if I simplify it, individuals spend millions of dollars today on all the choices they have for exercise and nutrition. We're bombarded with all of these opportunities, and some of them are not effective. Some of them are profit driven. Some of them are not supported. They're not available to everybody. It's just not accessible. So, do I unmute myself? We don't have that. What the simple version of the CHANGE program is, it takes a team approach where it's quarterbacked by the family physician, but we put expertise in nutrition and exercise around and build a team to help individuals navigate all those choices and come up with something that works just for them. It's pretty powerful, and I'm excited to share what we're going to. Dr. Doug Conley is joining me from, I'm not sure where, Edmonton today, and he's been involved in the CHANGE program since the beginning, and he's going to share some of our history and some of the things that are going on in Alberta with you right now. Over to you, Doug.
I'm Doug Klein. I'm a family doctor. I've been in practice for over 20 years in Edmonton. And I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Gigi Boy, Kush, and also with Lori's dad as we put this program together and then implemented it in the feasibility study. And so just to, like Lori said, the amazing results, but like in practice, we say, oh yeah, is that your blood pressure is high and we got to put you on this medication. And if you change your lifestyle, we can actually take it away. And most of us all know that, yeah, no, that medication is there for life. Same for the diabetes medication or cholesterol medications. And so these people with metabolic syndrome are often on 3 or 4 drugs, maybe more, that they are essentially lifelong. And so what we actually demonstrated with the feasibility study, you'll see the graphs there, is that so 19% of people in the feasibility study reversed their metabolic syndrome. So had those 5 criteria, they no longer had metabolic syndrome. And just to put that in perspective, that's actually, so if blood sugars were one of your issues, is that it's actually normal blood sugars, no medication. And that's really, really significant, because I rarely would take medication away from people over time. And even those who didn't reverse metabolic syndrome often improved it, which you see on the 42% of participants in the feasibility study. So really quite powerful results. Next slide, please. So from there, we continued to work, and so our next step was a cluster randomized control trial involving 16 PCNs in Alberta. Originally sort of targeted as 800 participants. We ended up revising that to 750, which we reached and had 751 people. That project is actually just sort of closing up, because we did the 1-year intervention and a 6-month follow-up post-intervention. And so we're actually just coming to the end of that. But just to give you a bit of a snapshot, these are not the final results, but Lori, if you can move things along, is that you'll see so just a snapshot of some of the activity levels. So really increased activity levels in across the board, mild, moderate, and strenuous activity in the participants that were involved in the intervention. Next slide. And even sort of once again, so this is at 3 months, and then if you actually move ahead right to the next slide, which is sort of 12 months, is that we're actually seeing even better results than what we saw in the demonstration project. Now this is still preliminary, and it is part of a randomized control trial, which will be doing the comparison over the next probably year or so here, but hope to have those results out and published fairly soon here. So what's sort of next? And as Lori mentioned, is that we've had input in from people from across the country, and really is that what I see, and I guess a little bit of my vision, which I think I share some of the vision of Dr. Gigi Boy, and also is that and Ken Flood, in really changing the landscape of healthcare in Canada. And I actually feel that the Change program should be the basis of metabolic rehab, similar to that cardiac rehab is an essential service. Metabolic rehab, or the Change program, should be an essential service. And so we're continuing to work on that. We've actually submitted a CHR application, which involves different models of the program, partly because we've had a lot of comments about, oh, can we make it shorter? Can we do this? And so we really want to sort of test some of these alternative models and find out, do we actually need to have it the original Change project as just originally designed, or are there ways that we can get a better sort of bang for our buck, so to speak, with some alternate models, which you see on the right-hand side of the screen. So hopefully we're going to be able to do this work. Certainly BC is involved, and Robert Bushell is one of the key people involved in that application and some of that work as well. Next slide, please. We're also just in Alberta, I'll give you a little bit of a snapshot. We're also looking at sort of digital. Obviously during the pandemic, the world has gone digital. And so we've actually got some funding for a small pilot project of a digital metabolic rehab involving both patients with metabolic syndrome and COPD. This is funded by the University Hospital Foundation at U of A. And we'll be just getting started this summer. So, but I do want to highlight, like, I'm really excited about the work that's being done in BC, partly because you've actually leapfrogged Alberta. Like, yes, I've been doing some great work in Alberta, but I actually feel that ChangeBC has leapfrogged what we've been doing in Alberta, and so you've got some of these missing pieces that I'm working on and have still sort of struggled to be able to get is really getting some of that government support, and certainly is that we don't have that yet in Alberta. Certainly PCNs are supportive, but don't really have the funding, and so really excited about the initiatives that are happening in BC, and then just that integration of the training that Robert and the others in BC have put together is amazing. I haven't been able to do that yet in Alberta, and so I'm really excited to learn from my colleagues in BC and in how we can do some of that work and hopefully bring it back to both to Alberta and across the country. So I'll pass it back to you, Laurie, and the rest of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Doug has done amazing work in Alberta, and we all work closely together. So, together we'll do more. From a across Canada perspective, we have over 2,000 patients who've enrolled in the program now, and across 6 provinces. And the results continue to be consistent, and everyone's acting up their game. Because we collect the data and we share that, we're finding the best practices. And we're feeling so confident in the program now. In the beginning, we always made sure we had at least 3 criteria for metabolic syndrome to include patients. We've opened that up to more people because we want the program available to everyone. Our vision is every Canadian has access to this program. The key gaps as we grow, and this really became apparent during the pandemic, is we needed to have online content to support our in-person programming. In-person programming is cornerstone to the program, but when you can't have in-person programming, we really need to have alternatives so that people can stay in the program. The other thing that became really apparent as we did our work in BC is cultural safety. And you're going to hear a lot more about the work with this team, this great team in BC, and Doug's listening, but this is my favorite team. And this is the most innovative, resourceful team. They're so committed to making a difference in the health of their communities that I'm just thrilled to be part of it. And I think you're going to hear a lot about some of the stuff that we're working on to solve the gaps. And shout out to Mary Lou. This is a picture of her backyard she sent to me.
So talking about the background of Change program. Change program is actually a program in Metabolic Syndrome Canada. And the Pacific Northwest Division partnered with Metabolic Syndrome Canada in the year 2018. That's when we started the program here in our region. And the pilot was done in the year 2018 and 2019. And it was 4 different communities, Hastings, Smithers, Marset, and Paris. The reason behind us adopting or implementing ChangeBC is because of the huge need of the program like that in our communities. Because the province of BC has spent has about 1.4 million of the BC, British Columbian, with metabolic syndrome of diabetes. And government spend over 2 billion each year on diabetes and metabolic syndrome, of which $800 to $4,700 is spent by individual each year for the disease. And healthcare costs due to this condition is about 509 million, which is huge. So it's good to note that diabetes is a big contributor to many common cause of death in British Columbia. 14% of heart attack is being contributed by diabetes. 30% of stroke is contributed by metabolic syndrome and diabetes, and 50% of kidney failure requiring dialysis, as well as 70% of non-traumatic limb amputation. And diabetes is the major cause of visual loss in our province as well. So the family physician in Pacific Northwest Division actually came together to agree to embark on this program, and they're working closely with the dietitian and kinesiologists being supported by other allied healthcare workers to provide care to people with diabetes and metabolic syndrome. ChangeBC is actually a customized way of care, and it's basically lifestyle modification care that is being provided to individuals with metabolic syndrome and diabetes and type 2 diabetes. And it involves ongoing care and continuous and frequent monitoring of patient clinical parameters as well as lab values. And most often, there may be need for you to make the physician to make changes on medication the participants are using because of improvements in the clinical state of the participants. So this slide has information on the impact of the program in our region. After the 12 months in the program, we noticed that there's a huge change on the clinical parameter or the components of metabolic syndrome in the patient. There is 32% reversal on the diagnosis of metabolic syndrome on the participant, of which 78% of the patient had improvement in their blood pressure, 55% has improvement in their total cholesterol, and there is improvement of about 52% on patients' triglyceride. There's also improvement on the blood sugar, which is huge. 64% of the participants have improvement on their blood sugar. We also noticed that there's an improvement on the waist circumference of about 64% of the participants. And the program involved education. Participants are being taught on how to eat well and the best food and when to eat. So there is improvement in the knowledge of nutrition, which is 98% on the participants. There's also a 1% improvement on the VO2, which is oxygen utilization by the muscles during exercise in these patients. There is also an aerobic fitness improvement of 86%. Now, there is program score which actually gives an estimate of cardiovascular disease risk in 10 years, and we noticed that 67% reduction existed in patients that participated in the program for 12 months. In addition to the clinical outcome, there was also a post-program evaluation of the participants, and this slide has information on the feedback we got from the participants. 100% of them agreed that ChangeBC program was relevant to them. 100% also agree that the program helped them to understand their health issues. 80% agree that the program increased their knowledge of health and support available in their community, because sometimes patients may not even know what is available in their community and how to access it, but participating in the program helps to increase the knowledge of resources in the community. 61% agree that attending this section with other patients was added value to their care, and 100% is all of them agree that dietitian and kinesiologists working alongside with their family physician to provide care to them added value to them. Yeah, so a huge number of patients, in addition to the feedback we got on the improvement on their activities, we noticed that 32.4% of patients who completed the initial ChangeBC program has a reversal on their metabolic syndrome. So the diagnosis, they did not meet the diagnosis at the end of the 12 months. So since the onset of this program in BC, there have been a lot of recognition and awards. So the group has won awards from different tables and different organizations. BC College of Family Physicians has given awards to this group because of the excellent and innovative approach to patient care, as well as awards from Canadian College of Family Physicians. Rural Coordination Center of British Columbia has also given an award to the group. And there's a lot of awards to participate in this program by the division. So having established that this program is effective and is making a huge change in the life of the participant, the next question is how can we sustain this program in our community and also have it expanded to other parts of BC? And there have been a series of discussion and steps that have been taken. Number one is the partnership that now exists between ChangeBC and UBC, which is huge. In addition to the faculty being part of the program, the students are also a part of the program, and they did create a lot of work during the pilot stage. And even now that we are having the soft launch, the students are in the communities and they are doing things. And I can't really say, I can't really talk about ChangeBC and a part it's created in this region without bringing the services and the participation of the students in it. So they are a huge component. Family physicians in the regions are also being involved, and we are getting more interest from family physicians that want to become involved in the program, making sure that it is sent to their community. Health authorities, elders, indigenous health directors, Dr. BC, GPSC, and Shared Care. These are different associations and people that are interested and partnering with ChangeBC. Yeah, so we have a video about the program, and it's going to take 1 or 2 minutes to play. I think it's important we forward the video because it has a lot of information and message to the viewers.
1 in 5 Canadians suffer from the most pervasive health crisis of our time, metabolic syndrome. You may have heard about its 5 underlying conditions that lead to 43% of deaths in Canada each year. Family doctors can detect it early, and with the right support, reverse the risks. The Pacific Northwest Division of Family Practice is determined to eliminate metabolic syndrome and type 2 diabetes from our population. Every 3 minutes, another British Columbian is diagnosed with metabolic syndrome or type 2 diabetes. And while pharmaceuticals can manage symptoms, diet and exercise are the most effective treatment in avoiding catastrophic health events. The CHANGE program works for all of the underlying conditions of metabolic syndrome simultaneously and reverses the damage before it's too late. Approximately 1.5 million people in BC have diabetes or pre-diabetes, and this number is expected to grow by 35% over the next 10 years. Diabetes contributes to 40% of heart attacks, 30% of strokes, 50% of kidney failure requiring dialysis, 70% of non-traumatic lower limb amputations, and is the leading cause of vision loss. Individuals continue to struggle with selecting programs they can trust to improve their health. Family physicians in the Pacific Northwest are leading the way in implementing the CHANGE program in BC and reducing the incidence of metabolic syndrome and type 2 diabetes. Prescribing the program gives patients a dedicated team of medical, exercise, and nutrition experts and a customized evidence-based program. Regular assessments review medical, exercise, and nutritional progress so patients and their health team work together at improving health.
As a family physician, this program is extraordinary. It allows people to examine their lifestyle with an exercise therapist, a dietitian, and their family physician. It's customized for personal needs and lasts for a full year, supporting lifelong changes.
ChangeBC started when the Pacific Northwest family physicians observed about 40% of their patients had symptoms of metabolic syndrome or type 2 diabetes. After piloting the Change program in 2018, and with the spark of the Pacific Northwest innovation, the results were impressive. It continues to evolve as a grassroots initiative, with new community partners linked with top academic leaders and clinical experts from UBC and universities across Canada to provide the best supports to help people get healthier.
ChangeBC is inspiring. Bringing exercise and diet directly into primary care practice is transformative for health. It's a great model of team-based healthcare that brings together a group of dedicated professionals working with individuals to build stronger and more vibrant, healthy communities.
In terms of preventative healthcare, I don't think I've seen anything more inclusive in the Pacific Northwest in a culturally sensitive way in my entire career.
Indigenous communities have voiced that to improve the health and well-being of communities, we need to address and acknowledge the access to traditional foods and land-based physical activity. Traditional foods such as berries, salmon, seafood, seaweed, wild game, and wild greens are so good for our health, and the harvesting and gathering of these foods is equally as important.
What I think about the Change program that will work for First Nations community is bringing two culturals together to support the one common goal, and that is the health and wellness of everybody. How we get there is our journey. And what ChangeBC has to offer will empower First Nations communities and mainstream society alike.
What are our patients saying? 100% agreed the Change program was relevant to them, helped them understand their health issues, and that seeing a dietitian and a kinesiologist along with their physician added value for them.
In addition to this, the team provides an ongoing support to patients to ensure that the treatment goals are achieved. Both the testimony from the patient and from the care providers are great. Likewise, the outcome of the program.
In a nutshell, as well as being invited and inviting, it's the personal contact. I really appreciated Dr. Odo, local physio people, and the young students who were there. And I also appreciated the weekly phone contact with the nutritionist.
The Pacific Northwest Division of Family Practice is delivering some of the best results we've seen across the country. They're innovative and resourceful, and their focus on making the Change program one of the building blocks of primary care in the province is exactly what our communities need. No gimmicks, no fads, and no profits.
I was one of the initial physicians involved in the ChangeBC program in Northern BC. I loved the ChangeBC program because I saw it give my patients a sense of control and power over their diseases.
Help us make the Change program available for all of BC. To implement the program in your family practice or see if the program is available in your community, go to the website changebc.net.
So you've seen the Change program, you've seen the fantastic results that we get from deploying the Change program. So the next thing is, how do you scale that up? And so what we were looking to implement in the Pacific Northwest was integrating the Change program into the primary care network setting. And primary care networks, of course, are a new provincial government motivated way of delivering primary care in community. And so when you see the three-letter acronyms up here, everything in medicine is in three-letter acronyms. PMH is the patient medical home, and PCN is the primary care network. And so the difference being that a primary care network is a collection of patient medical homes, if you will. And so surrounding the patients and the GPs with all of these different allied services can help help improve the care of the patient, but also help the family physician in their delivery of primary care to all the patients. And so our plan was then to incorporate the CHANGE program into our PCNs, primary care networks, in the Pacific Northwest, of which there's at least 6 in the Pacific Northwest. And specifically, Dr. Ro's primary care network is the Motley Valley Woodsit primary care network. And here in the Terrace, extending up to Dease Lake, we have the Coast Mountain. Right, so primary care networks are funded in a 4-year cycle. And until now, we've been coasting along with the fantastic work of Colleen as our executive director in procuring grant money along with Health Metabolics in Canada. And those grants are for limited periods of time. You look at incorporating the CHANGE program into a primary care network on a 4-year funding cycle, that automatically promotes some stability in the delivery of this program. So that's why it's so important to do this. And so we have, with primary care networks, we've got the health authorities, we've got academia in the sense of having UBC and UNBC, Dr. Bushel and Dr. Yatter in the audience here with us today. Thank you, gentlemen. And of course, all of the students involved with those programs. And it's heartwarming to see all of these people as part of this team that we've been existing within the Zoom sphere for the last year, finally face-to-face here today.
Okay. So where are we now with this program? So we just started, the second phase of this program in the region, which is the pilot was done in 2018. So the second phase, started with a soft launch, and we had the students in the communities last week. So that's our current, position. And this soft launch is being recruited by the local resources alongside, with the students, UBC, and the First Nation communities. 4 communities are involved in the soft launch. Houston, which is my community. We also have Smith House, we have Terrace, and we have these Valleys communities, and we have students in those communities with physicians supporting them in this soft launch. So who are the teams involved? We have the Pacific Northwest Division of Family Practice, family physicians. Greg is the one that is heading here in Paris, and myself and Dr. Moko in Houston and Smith House. We also have the support of the practice support coaches. They are doing a great job helping us, navigating through the obstacles, including making sure that we have an EMR access so that the student and patient will be able to work on this platform. We also have the dietitian involved in the team. The students of kinesiology of UBC, as I mentioned, are already in the communities to support this, and Metabolic Syndrome Canada as well. So the innovation under the way is a collaboration with other different partners. We, the Pacific Northwest Division, we kind of the owner of the program here in the region. And then, as I mentioned, we have the Doctor of BC Transformation partners. We have the UBC involved, shared care, elders, and community partners, and Metabolic Syndrome, the organization that created this program and is having partnered with us since 2018. We are also creating resources for the patients. And the good thing about this program is, in addition to being patient personalized to patient needs, it also has some customization that has to do with communities, because different communities have different resources and challenges. So we are developing these specific patient education materials and videos. Of one of the videos we just watched, and also we are also involved in land-based physical activities, focusing on local foods and other local resources. And I'm passing to Greg.
We describe this as an iterative process, iterative in the sense that we're constantly trying to adapt to new information as it becomes available. And so, for example, we're not prescribing weight loss through this program or calculating BMIs or even using the term obesity anymore. And we've even gone so far with metabolic syndrome. One of the measures that we check on is abdominal girth, but it doesn't make sense if we haven't got cultural norms to be taking these measurements. And as part of trauma-informed care, which is what we're trying to follow here with this newer version of the CHANGE program, is to avoid invoking repetitive sorts of traumas on people, and knowing that measurement of abdominal girth could be construed that way. And if we don't even have the data to support cultural norms, it doesn't make sense to take these measures. So that is one thing that we've tried to remove in this latest version. So as part of being a physician in a small community, you often wear a lot of different hats. So besides being involved with the Pacific Northwest Division of Practice, I'm also involved with family medicine residency training from UBC. And as part of that, as well, I'm involved with the integrated clinical clerkship program for third-year medical students that we host in Terrace as well. And so we have a lot of learners coming through Terrace all the time. And we just felt that incorporating in team-based care the idea of not only having the medical students and the residents, but now kinesiology students, and down the road, dietary students involved with this whole teaching process. We feel that there is a lot to be said for incorporating the team-based care even in the education that this program provides for nurses. And then finally, we, with Dr. Klein, who you met earlier this afternoon, are carrying on some interprovincial research with Metabolic in Canada and ChangeBC. And so smaller communities and larger communities are being compared in this research that's going on right now.
I do think that I view myself a little bit as the cheerleader, right? Is that I use my relationship that I have with patients to get them motivated, but then we're using the skills of our colleagues, whether it's dietitians or exercise specialists, to work with people, right? Is that we get very little training in this area, and we're actually one of the more expensive members of the healthcare team, and so we shouldn't be doing that sort of diet and exercise counseling. Is that, yes, we want to motivate people, but then passing it on to our team members to do that. I love that the energy that Dr. Linton said, the energy of some of the team members is what made the difference, because it's relationships, it's that energy. And the other part is that I like, and this is partly the science of it, right, is that we do know that frequent interactions with the team, and so those frequent weekly connections with the team keeps people on track, and that's the science behind it. That's why it was designed the way it was, right? And that's why it works.
Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, just a huge thank you to the Pacific Northwest Division of Family Practice and the University of British Columbia for having me here today. And the sun's just come out, you're welcome. I brought that, and now you've got to be inside for this, but you know, it's hopefully last into the evening. And having me here today at the Pacific Northwest Rural Health Summit. My presentation, some of you have seen it already, it has evolved since then, so I'm excited for you to see it again. Land-based, using land-based fitness, traditional activities, and holistic teachings to improve health in our Indigenous communities, revitalize our culture, and connect Quebec. With gratitude and respect, I would like to acknowledge that I work today as a guest on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Tsimshian people, home of the Kitsumkalum and Kitsumkalum First Nations. Does anyone actually know what unceded means? Stolen. That's exactly. It's a very palatable way of saying stolen. So much of what today is called Canada was sold under duress treaties to the First Nations group. But when BC joined Canada in 1871, they did not feel the need to recognize Indigenous title. So we use unceded as a more palatable way of saying stolen. Many presentations like to do their thank yous at the end, but before I get going, I'd like to thank the people that really helped me create this program, because without them, there would be no project. I'd like to acknowledge that this presentation comes from the lived experience of elders and knowledge keepers from many territories across Turtle Island. When I created this program, I wanted anyone of Indigenous descent to look at it and find some connection to the teachings in their own way. So I felt it was really important to speak with different elders and knowledge keepers from multiple ages, genders, and nations. So a big thank you to Daryl Mills, Cheryl Gabriel, Alex Nelson, Dr. Laura Buger, Herb Joe, and Dr. Kurt Smetcher. I would also like to thank my mentors for their guidance. So these people really helped me through the university experience and guided me as I took this work. These are all experts in land-based education, Indigenous ways of knowing, and athletic performance, each in their own way. And they share their gifts with me to make this project what it is. So a big thank you to Dr. Alex Wilson, Dwayne Roberts, and Dr. Manalani Meyer. And finally, I'd like to thank ISPARC, the Indigenous Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation Council, for creating the Fit Nation program, which was a starting point for my research. Me, hello, my name is Alana Cook. I am Métis on my mother's side from the Desjardins family with Soto and Anishinaabe roots, and Scottish on my father's side. I'm 31 years old, currently living on Coast Salish territory in Port Moody with my partner Keenan and our corgi Ruby. I'm a corgi person. I like to throw that out there, because if there's other corgi people, we'll find each other. So I'm not out there right now. I hold my Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of the Fraser Valley and a Master's in Indigenous Land-Based Education from the University of Saskatchewan. I'll talk about that a little bit more in my presentation. Currently, I am the Fraser Regional Coordinator for ISPARC, but coming this fall, I will actually be an adjunct professor for UBC teaching in the Kinesiology department, which I'm very excited about. And I also moonlight as a professional mixed martial arts fighter with a record of 2-0. Now we get to the good stuff. The presentation you're seeing today was born while I was a member of the Indigenous land-based cohort at the University of Saskatchewan, a master's degree in the field of education. The first degree program of its kind and featuring a primarily Indigenous faculty. It teaches through intellectual and experiential learning. Students learn and understand Indigenous ontologies and epistemologies in relation with the land. To put it really simply, land is our primary teacher in this degree. Can I ask, does anybody know what the difference is between land-based education versus place-based education? They're very similar and they often get mixed up, but they actually have a pretty key difference. So let's go back 5,000 years. We're right here, exact same spot, but it's 5,000 years ago. What do you see around you?
Trees.
Trees, yeah. Anyone else? There are very few wrong answers. What else would you see around you, right? The river, perfect. Wildlife. Wildlife, yeah. Animals for sure.
Indigenous communities.
Boom! No one ever gets that. Well done. A lot of the times when we think about what we see around us or what would have been here, the animals, the rocks, the trees, we don't say the people. The indigenous people, the Kitsumkalum people, were here 5,000 years ago. You look around, you'd see them. So while they're similar, place-based education does not acknowledge Indigenous history, cultural knowledge, or that all places were once and continue to be Indigenous lands. Place-based definitely has its place. It's often more associated with more eco schools, that idea of learning that focus on the environment and sustainable practice. It's great, but it doesn't necessarily prioritize teaching about the Indigenous people who were also here, along with the trees, the water, the animals, and nature. Land-based learning uses an indigenized, environmentally focused approach to education by first recognizing the deep physical, mental, and spiritual connection to the land that is a part of Indigenous cultures. Here's a fun little snapshot from my class when we were presenting some work. So to give you a bit of background, the master's program in land-based education took place over 2 years, 10 courses. 3 were online and 7 were taught at 4 land-based field schools. The first was in Opaskwayak Cree Nation in northern Manitoba. One was on Oahu and Hawaii Island in the Kingdom of Hawaii. One was up in Chief Dragi's territory, which is about southwest of Yellowknife up in the Northwest Territories. The final one was supposed to be a canoe journey across the prairies, but unfortunately COVID happened, so I chose to do that part in Okanagan. I'm going to give you a little bit of a visual tour. So this is some fun shots from our first land-based camp in the OCN, Opaskwayak Cree Nation, in summer of 2018. So while we spend a lot of our days waking up doing lectures, group projects, writing papers, we spent almost every afternoon doing something with the local land-based community. So this was a really cool way of giving back to them for hosting us and also learning a bit more about the land. So you can see in the far left, we're at the Opaskwayak Bee Nation, learning how to smoke the honeybees out so that we can collect their honeycomb. In the middle, there I am carving a barbecued moose nose so we could make moose nose stew. I can't remember who I was talking with about the pickled sea lion. Yes, I said, you don't know what it is before you try it. You might like it, but I tell you, moose nose, it's very rubbery. It's got a very particular taste to it. So I kind of wish I had known what it was before I tried. But and then the last photo is us laying down a water pump to fix a road that had flooded out in the local reserve. Very cool opportunities. Here's some pictures from my second land-based trip, which was in the Kingdom of Hawaii. And I've been to Hawaii a few times as a tourist in my life, but this was the first time I was in Hawaii as a guest of the people there. And we worked a lot with the locals and we learned a lot about the really dark history of Hawaii. It's an illegally occupied country. Back in 1893, American soldiers invaded Hawaii, stormed the palace, and forced the Queen of Hawaii, Liliuokalani, to sign a treaty that gave up the rights of Hawaii as a sovereign nation and forced them to join the United States. Many local Native Hawaiians still view Hawaii as a sovereign kingdom and will refer to it as the Kingdom of Hawaii. And if you actually write a letter in the mail and you address it as the Kingdom of Hawaii instead of the United States, they'll still send it because they acknowledge that this is still occupied territory. My first picture, I'm at the Ma'o Organic Farms. So this is an organization that's really dedicated to food sovereignty. Huge topic in Hawaii. If the big boats that bring food ever stop coming, the entire island of Hawaii will run out of food in 9 days. So a lot of the local Native Hawaiian people are really into food sovereignty and reclaiming that. So this organic farm harvests some kale. It doubles as a school. So students will come there 3 days a week. They'll actually do their schoolwork, and the other 3 days a week they'll be purchasing. So really cool, kind of gives them that work experience as well. And in the middle, there I am building a pahonu turtle shrimp. So this is actually, I'll touch a lot more about this later in the investigator in the presentation. But you can see I've got a big basket right there and I'm collecting some rocks to build the trap. And just to let you know, in Hawaii, they don't have reserves. It's called homesteads. So kind of same thing, but different language. And then the third photo, I'm harvesting some taro roots in a mud field. Super fun. So taro, or halo, as it's known in Hawaii, it's very similar to a turnip. If you've ever had it, it's purple. And it's actually very sacred in Hawaiian creation stories. They view it as a cousin. So we harvested them, we prepared them, washed them, we learned how to grind them down, and you pound them with a rock for about 20 minutes, adding water, and it becomes this thick gummy paste called poi, and it's a delicacy. And it's about as tasty as it sounds. And we will go to my third land-based camp, which was in the Northwest Territories, Chief Dragi's territory. So it's on Dene land up in the Northwest. So my first photo, I am catching my first fish ever, 11-pound lake trout, and learned how to gut it and prepare it. And I have to tell you, the wildlife there was absolutely incredible. So we were staying at a small hunting cabin that was about 40 minutes southeast of Yellowknife by Bushplay. And there were black bears, there were grizzly bears, there was wolves, there was lynx, there was wolverine, caribou, sharks. Okay, no sharks. But all the rest of it, there were, when I went for a run and they gave me bear bells, pepper spray, and a foghorn. They said, you'll need all this if you run to a grizzly bear. And then the second photo, I'm doing some harvesting on a medicine walk with our elder, Paul Mackenzie. So we harvested birch bark, Labrador root, and cloudberries, and the bugs harvested us. And then the last photo is me with the elder. Paul Mackenzie is actually 80 years old. He is one of the best shape I've ever seen out of anybody. And I brought this actually today if anyone would like to take a look at it. He taught us how to make knives out of caribou bone. So we took it, we carved it, did some designs, learned how to inlay the blade, create a sheath for it out of the bone, and then he taught us using sinew. How to create a bit of like a belt handle for it. And what I was just really blown away was his generosity with his knowledge. So this is something he probably could have charged hundreds of dollars for. And you see it in that art spaces. But he just wanted to show us that we have that knowledge, and that was pretty amazing. This is the reason I had to pack a bag instead of bringing everything by carry-on. For the last part of it, we were supposed to have a canoe journey from Alberta to Manitoba along the Saskatchewan River, but due to COVID, we had to pivot. And we did a lot of our learning that last session on Zoom, but I decided I still wanted to go somewhere more on the land while I was doing that learning to keep in the spirit of the program. So packed my bags, beefed up my data plan, and drove from Vancouver to my grandparents' place on the Okanagan Indian Reserve. And one of the reasons I did that is almost everyone I know has a place in their hearts, a place somewhere in the world that's just home to them. You go there and your shoulders relax, you know that this is your place. I'm sure everyone can think of that right now. If you think of it, that's my place. This is the land where I took some of my first steps. The Okanagan Lake is where I learned to swim. The door frames on the bedrooms have pencil markings of me when I was a little kid all the way up to when I stopped growing. So it was very special for me to be here and be around my grandparents, and they were actually celebrating their 60th wedding anniversary. We got to go berry picking, and those are just some of the wild horses that are just always there. And it reminded me that land-based learning also means connecting with family, connecting with your community. And while it was so exciting to see all these beautiful places and learn about other people's land, it reminded me that with land-based, you need to connect to your own land, to your family, and to the places where you've grown up. I'm going to shift gears here a little bit and now talk about Fit Nation, the program. So this is my wordiest slide, bear with me. So in November 2020, I graduated from USass and had a chance to present my master's capstone. So there's many doctors in the crowd and university students, so I'm sure you all know what a capstone is, but if you don't, when you do your master's degree, you get a choice of two options. You can do a thesis paper, which is 50 pages about something super important, or you can do a capstone project, which is a project you create that benefits the community. Or in our case, we were supposed to do something that was land-based that benefited the Indigenous community. So some examples is a lot of my fellow students were teachers. They created a land-based curriculum. Or one woman, she created a bread oven for her First Nations group out of clay. And one guy actually made an entire canoe by hand using traditional tools. It was incredible. So coming from a fitness background myself, I wanted to create something that helped improve the physical health of my community. Throwing it back to 2014, I did a program with my work called Fit Nation. And this was an exercise program developed by iSpark that was really intended for remote Indigenous communities. So the idea was take away all the fancy equipment, take away the gym spaces, make it something that's fun, that's accessible, that anyone can do anywhere, anytime. That's the catchphrase. And it was super, super fun and easy to do. So here's a little clip from one of the manuals, and all the models in the manual are Indigenous too, which was really neat. And it shows how to do a push-up, the muscles that are activated, and then a little bit about it. So after doing this program, I decided to work, I was living in Victoria at the time, and I worked for a local high school. And here's the soccer team I worked with, T-Birds. So it was super fun. Something that we do need to remember when we're talking about being inclusive is inclusive doesn't always mean having it be a little bit easier or a little bit more adaptable. Inclusive also means we've got to think about those higher level athletes. Because kids are going to stop doing sports if they're bored, same as if it's too hard, right? So it was fun working with these kids who are already in really good shape and just pushing them to that next level. And then in the winter of 2018, after I'd started my program, I went back to the Fit Nation training again, but this time they come out with the 2.0 program, which was more for elders, for people who had some disabilities. So working with bands, doing chair exercises. And at the time I was working with an office on Kitsumkalum First Nation, and I'd ask them, you know, what is the group that needs maybe needs us more? And they said elders over 65 is the age group that we really want to get moving because there's not a lot of opportunities for them. So I decided to do my second round of Fit Nation with elders. And there's some great photos of us. So there's Harry doing his banded exercises. And we had another couple, they're doing some wall push-ups, which they were really good at. That's a really great way of incorporating it if someone can't do a regular push-up. But I want to talk a little bit about how it began. So I was so excited to start this program. I put posters around the res. I bought all these snacks. I bought some bands and I had prizes and I was really excited. I thought this is going to be easy, you know, like they're all going to come just like the kids came. And I sat in that gym for 45 minutes and no one showed up. And I thought, okay, try this again. You know, next Tuesday, same time I wait there, same thing, no one showed up. So I went over to the social room in the band office where they all have their lunch, and I, you know, said, why don't you guys want to work out with me? Like, come on, let's go work out, let's have some fun. And, you know, they all had like different comments and they were teasing me. And I remember two comments really stuck out to me. And one lady said, I don't have time to work out today. I said, oh, what are you doing? She's like, well, first I have to weed my garden, and I got to mow my lawn, and I got to empty recycling, then I'm walking to the store to pick up the compost. And just this list of chores, and I said, like, you don't need this. You're already working out. You're already doing stuff that's moving your body and keeping you healthy. And one lady just said to me, what? Why do I have to work out? Why do I have to be healthy? And I thought, you know, she's kind of right. Like, other than just kind of giving me answers of like, well, being healthy is good. Being healthy is you want to be healthy. I didn't really have an answer for her. And I realized that if I wanted to engage these people, I had to find a way to make it personal. So I call this part finding the why. And it was about finding that link between physical literacy and traditional activities. And physical literacy is a really hot topic right now in presentations. And it's the idea of teaching, mostly starting with youth, teaching them basic movements. So walking, running, skipping, jumping, bending down, reaching up. Simple movements that we all take for granted, but which we can lose the ability to do when we age if we don't take care of ourselves. So you can see here is a picture of a little girl who's just squatting down to pick some berries. And it looks really similar to this woman in the gym who's doing a kettlebell squat. But I don't think the little girl's thinking that she wants to do this so she can build thigh strength. She's doing this because she sees a berry, she wants to eat it. Simplest thing in the world. So it made that connection for me that the elders I was working with weren't going to work out so they could have a six-pack or have a low body fat percentage or, you know, brag about being in crazy good shape. They wanted to do things that they had already been doing their entire lives, but without doing it. They wanted to be able to garden, to walk to the store, to pick up their grandchildren. So I had to make it personal. I was at the Sport for Life Summit actually just 2 weeks ago in New West, and I heard a statistic that 1 in 3 girls drops out of sport compared to 1 out of 10 boys. But if a girl grows up seeing her mother do sport, she's 22% more likely to stay. And that's not nothing. If kids see their parents and their grandparents moving and participating with them, they will stay active longer. In my day job for iSpark, my big thing is I set up sports camps. So some fun photos of a powwow, archery camp, snowshoeing. I've probably done hundreds of events. It was really hard to find ones where I saw the parents had jumped in and decided to participate with the kids. And I thought, why is that? Why do we create these barriers around age and movement? And why don't we offer more sport recreation activities for adults and seniors? Or just opportunities for everybody to move together. So going back to the Pahonu, the turtle trap that I helped to build in Waimanalo, Oahu. As you can see, it's a giant stone square, probably about 100 feet long. But you'll see there's 2 gaps in the stones, and that creates a current effect. So the fish and the turtles will swim in, and then they can't swim out because they have that force against them. So it's like a giant refrigerator. They have this huge source of fresh fish and fresh turtles that they can access when they want. And you know that expression, it takes a village? It literally took a village to make this. And seeing this was one of the greatest community initiatives I've ever witnessed because there was a place for everybody. Like, I always smile when I look at these photos from the day. So the little toddlers were going around and collecting pebbles, and they'd hand those to the big kids in those baskets. And the big kids would take those big rocks and they would bring them to the adults who were busy placing the large stones. Most of the teenagers and the adults were moving those big boulders, kind of chain gang style, along the beach until we could build it. And there was engineers from the University of Hawaii out there showing people how to place the stones so they would stick together. Elders and people who maybe had some mobility issues were minding the babies and making food. Not one person was forced to sit out on the sidelines or couldn't find a way to contribute. If people needed a break from moving the rocks, they were picking up garbage off the beach or planting lean, an endangered kind of seaweed. So that was really cool to see that effort as well. And it really reinforced my idea that when you're working with the land, there's a place for everyone, regardless of who. So I had the idea for my project. It was right there. I wanted to connect our culture, our community, and our connection to the land while getting people moving and performing our traditional Indigenous activities. But there was a small piece missing. And a friend of mine from the school district actually saw that. She was talking to me about booking a snowshoeing camp for the kids, but she told me, Lana, the kids are not in good shape. They really aren't. And she said, I'm afraid that I'm going to take them to the mountain. They're going to get the snowshoes on. They're going to go for 10 minutes and then they're going to quit because they're going to be tired. They're going to say, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm exhausted. So I realized I had to take a step back and think, how do I get the kids or the adults or the elders to that baseline level of fitness that when they actually want to do their traditional activities, snowshoeing, canoeing, harvesting, they're in good enough shape that they can do it and feel successful. And here we are. So this is my original capstone presentation. I called it Fit Nation, the land-based component. So a series of exercises that directly correlate to 12 traditional activities from First Nation, Métis, and Inuit culture. So on the left side, I divided the activities by season: summer, fall, winter, and spring. Each season having 3 traditional activities. I talk a little bit about why, the history of these activities and why it is important for the Indigenous way of life, as well as including an anecdote from a local elder. So a lot of the information I got was taken from orally, from just speaking with these elders and knowledge keepers and learning about how they had done these activities in their lifetime and what their experiences were. And on the other side, I had it similar to the Fit Nation model, where I showed the muscle groups that were going to be used to do that activity, some basic exercise that could be done to increase your cardiovascular energy, strengthen that muscle group, or improve your balance, and then recommend some modifications to make it easier, more challenging. And while it is based in the Fit Nation manual, these are all exercises that can be found in any basic fitness program, so they're super adaptable. And here is my disclaimer. This project is not an attempt to pan-indigenize First Nations, Inuit, Métis groups, but rather to give anyone of Indigenous descent the opportunity to find a teaching they can connect with. Not all First Nations groups have totem poles, not all did potlatch, not all canoe. There's differences between them all, but there's also a lot of similarities. 2. The cultural information shared in this presentation is not a replacement for elder knowledge. I encourage you, whenever possible, talk to your local elders, talk to your knowledge keepers. They want to teach you, they want to share. And finally, be cautious when trying new physical activities. Everybody's body is different, and if you don't have access to a trained professional, I encourage you to go slow. And so the seasonal workouts were in the summer: canoeing, fishing, and swimming. For the fall, archery, harvesting, and spearing. In the winter, snowshoeing, tanning hide, and tobogganing. And for the spring, building weirs, which are fish traps, collecting berries, and stripping bark. Summer. Summer was a time for action. The bears awakening, fish running, those were symbols of movement. In the summer, we were deeply informed by the observations of all that was around us. It was social, it was movement, it was action. Canoeing. So this is a little example of what they're all going to look like. I have a bit of a quote about their personal experience with that activity. Some of their, again, they shared orally what their understanding of history of canoeing was. And then on the right side, fun picture, and a little bit of an intro to what the different muscle groups that would be used when you're canoeing. So biceps, deltoids, upper traps, pecs, lower back, and quads. Fishing. And something that was actually Dr. Laura told me that her memories when she was a child and she would go fishing, and she said just getting into the water is a workout. When the current's pulling you and just trying to stay still and maintain that balance, you got to be fit just to do that part of it. Swimming. So that's actually a picture from the North American Indigenous Games, NAG, which I've had the pleasure of working with. And it's really cool to see that a lot of these activities that are sports are still featured in the traditional Indigenous games. Something about swimming too is they talk about the mental side of it. So people will talk about, the Wim Hof method and all that. We invented that. That's our stuff. You go in, and before battle, a lot of the Indigenous warriors would go into the water that was icy cold and just stay there. And that was a mental workout as well. So taking all those 3 activities and thinking about the muscle groups used, I worked with Wayne Roberts to create a series of exercises. So we have the summer workout. We divided it into blocks, and you're more than welcome to this as well. And if you want to increase your cardio, you would perform all these exercises in order: 45 seconds of work, 15 seconds of rest, 1 to 3 times depending on their fitness level. For increasing strength, we have the same movements by doing it with resistance or doing it in a certain period of time. And then increasing balance, so bringing in static movement and movement for all of these. I'll take you to the fall. The fall months were a time for the final preparations before winter. Concentrations on preparing your home, making sure it was strong to keep your family safe. The whole concept of family was at the very core of our identities. Our political structure, our social structure, our spiritual structures, all based on family. Go to archery. And if you've ever done this, this is something that not even just firing the bow, but just stringing the bow itself and holding it, it takes incredible balance and core strength just to move it. And if you actually go to the North American Indigenous Games, they don't use targets, they use big 3D printouts of animals. Super fun. Harvesting. And this is one of my all-time favorite quotes. I spoke with Cheryl Gabriel. The land is the healer because it's still wild. It's not tame. Everything that grows in your yard is what you need. And she actually shared a really beautiful story with me. And she's from Kitsumkalum First Nation. And when I went to visit her, if you look behind where the cultural hall is, there's all these bushes, these big raspberry bushes, big thorny things. And she told me a story that her uncle and her auntie, when they were little kids and the Indian agent came to collect everyone to come to school, they went and they hid the bushes. And they stayed there because the agents couldn't go in. And that's how they stayed alive. That's how they survived. That's how the land protected. Spirit. So I talk a lot with Dr. Kurt Smetcher, who is Métis a lot and has lots of knowledge about the buffalo hunts. And we talk about with spearing, it's not just throwing the spear, but the idea of driving down and holding and doing that on horseback. And if you've ever seen a buffalo, they are huge. So imagine the strength that it would take to spear a buffalo and kill it. Because if it's wounded, it's probably going to try and.
Are you going to get Papa to take you to work for 4:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you found out, is Gracie picking you up?
Yeah.
She is? Okay.
Where's that coming from?
I'll just keep talking. So similar to the summer workout, you kind of have the gist of it now. I create a fall workout with different movements, but still the idea of breaking it down into 3 blocks.
What's you up to now?
The winter brings forth on the medicine wheel, the color white, the season of elders, the place of our mind. It is the time to call upon the wisdom of our elders to survive. The spirits reveal themselves in winter. Everything is slow. So here's a fun picture from a snowshoeing event I actually did with my Métis community. And Métis people, we love snowshoeing. Something about it, just sign us up. We're always right there. And this is a picture of Ava. She's only 5 years old. And she was keeping up. She was loving it. She just wanted to be included. And her little sister was 2. And we knew she wasn't going to be able to keep up. And again, she just wanted to be included. She wanted the chance to participate. So Dad wound up pulling her in the toboggan in about halfway through, but they kept up longer than I thought, and it really just shows that they see what the adults are doing and they want to take part in that. And she's always going to remember that now. Tanning hide. So this is something that's also very spiritual. And in my teachings, it's when you're tanning hide, you have to do it with good intentions. You can't be in there with anger or feeling frustrated. It's when you're doing it because the hide will break. It's not going to hold up. So you're putting your good energy into it while you're tanning hide. And this is something, again, it's just a repetitive motion. And if you don't have that baseline strength, you're going to get tired very quickly. Tobogganing. So this was a way of life for our ancestors. And as Daryl told me, we pulled the sled before the dogs did. Again, winter workout. Same format, but different exercises. Then we come to the spring. I love the spring. It was a time of people coming together. Stories, stewardship, talking about where to go fish, joining with the nations around us. There were no boundaries. And that's how we learned, by watching our elders and family members. Building a weir. So similar to what I did in Hawaii, a lot of groups will also use wooden weirs instead of just the stones. And something that they are very aware of is sustainability. A lot of these groups Like they never overfished. The fish came back year over year because they knew exactly how much to take. They never took too much, never took too little. There he is. That's my Mimel, 82 years young. Look at that squat. That's great. And again, something about berry picking, it's a very social activity. This is the time you get together with your family. So even though you are working those muscles, you're having a great time. And stripping bark. So cedar bark isn't the only thing that was stripped. They would also use cascara bark and birch bark. And you would never do the entire tree. You'd always do part of it. If you did the whole side of it, the bark wouldn't grow again and it would die. That idea of being sustainable, don't be greedy. Take just what you need. And to cap it off with my capstone, I had a spring workout.
Frankenstein kicks.
Yeah, just like they sound. And as I draw to the end of my presentation, I'd like to share with you, I've had a lot of questions about people who are Indigenous working in Indigenous community. And I've heard about something called the 4 R's. And this is actually a really beautiful theory developed by Dr. Sean Wilson. And it's the idea that these 4 things to remember when working within the Indigenous community. Relationality. Am I trying to have a quick interaction with this person or group, or am I building a relationship with them? Or you can think of it as a patient, right? Am I just trying to tick that box? Yeah, I work with an Indigenous group. Or am I trying to build a relationship that's going to last a long time? Respect. Is there a power dynamic in this relationship, or is there mutual respect? Am I going to this community and telling them what I think they need, or am I asking them what they need and how I can help? Reciprocity. If I'm asking this person or group to trust me and work with me, am I ensuring that this relationship benefits both of us? If I call an Indigenous community for an opening, I want, do I just want the song and the dance? Do I want just the drumming and the stories? Or am I ready to learn about the parts of Indigenous culture that might make me uncomfortable? And reconciliation. Does the work I am doing with this person or group actively promote reconciliation, establishing and maintaining a respectful, sustainable framework with Indigenous communities? Whenever I make a huge decision, I try and think, how is this going to impact the next 7 generations? How are my grandchildren's grandchildren's children going to benefit from this decision? I'll leave you with this beautiful picture of the Northwest Territories at 11:30 at night in August. And I ask you to think about, how will you bring land-based health and physical activity into your practice?
It was wonderful to hear the talks today about the nexus of food, nutrition, exercise, and health status. And I'm so privileged to be part of this group. Thank you, Colleen and Jeanette, and all the people of ChangeBC, Dr. Odo, and the rest of you here, because you are the change makers, and we will win the battle, and we will win the war. So just please keep up the good work. I'm not sure who actually gave us, I think I better mute. I'm not quite sure who came up with the title. Maybe it was Rob. Thank you, or Paul, but thank you. It's really interesting to talk about this innovation and collaboration. But I'm going to make this presentation a bit of a potpourri of things. And I'll just give you an outline of what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my first meeting with Rob, which happened back in 2015. I'm also going to talk a little bit about this whole movement towards plant-based diets, which I think many of us have heard about and maybe engaged in. I'm going to talk a little bit about the historic challenges we have about what I started off this talk about, this whole nexus of food, diet, nutrition, exercise, and health status. I'm going to, for those of you who heard John Stephen Piper's talk, I apologize. This is going to be a deja vu moment because I wrote John last week to say, John, I got to give this talk, and could I borrow your slides? So for those of you who weren't able to join John's webinar, this will be kind of enlightening. For those of you who were at John's talk, this is the marketing strategy of repeat the message over and over again, and hopefully people will buy in. I'm going to talk about the dietetics program at UBC, and thank you for talking about the dietetics program and the importance of diet and nutrition. There's an interesting initiative we have at the UBC farm at UBC. So for those of you who don't know, we probably have one of the most expensive farms in the world, being in Vancouver. So there's a 60-acre piece of land on the UBC campus, which is called the UBC farm. The estimated book value of that land is $500 million. But we have this wonderful part of that farm, which is the Indigenous garden. And we run a program which is called CREW. And I'll tell you what CREW stands for. It's an acronym. I think it's a superb program that could be replicated in the Pacific Northwest. And I'll tell you about how I was blown away by this program when I first came to last week. So let me give you a bit of a historical perspective of how I met Rob. So I started my deanship in 2014. Rob arrives in 2015. And I think Robbie made the cold call over to the office saying that, did you know we have a common mutual friend, Terry Graham, who was a colleague and good friend at the University of Guelph, who's an exercise physiologist like Rob, who is the chair of health and nutrition. That's what they call the department. Rob said, gee, Terry suggested I come over and talk to you. And so Rob came over, and I remember that day, Rob, we met in my office, and we started to talk about this importance of building this relationship. And that was a key mark day for me. To have a colleague on campus who believed in the whole notion of preventative health care. And Rob, thank you for continuing to be a champion of that cause on campus. You started in and talking about team-based approach long before the people in medicine. Sorry, Rob. But Rob goes, we need to get into this team-based care, right? And go, hey, I'm on board with you. But Rob, you know what a tough battle that has been on campus. We still are of a mindset, of a curative mindset on campus. And so, as I said, we'll win the battle, we'll win the war. And then this all leads into ChangeBC. Wow, what a group. And so I'm talking to the converted in this room. And our job is to convert more people. So thank you, and just continue the great work. Well, I'm going to diverge a little bit now from the topic about this dietary shift to plant-based foods, which our faculty is quite heavily involved in, especially the nutritionists and the dietitians. And so, as you probably know, there's many reasons why there's this movement towards plant-based diet. A lot of it is being related to the environmental impact of animal-based protein. And so that's been an issue that we deal with. We have a dairy also as part of our faculty. And so one of the big emitters of greenhouse gases are dairy cows and cattle in general. And so, of course, we're looking at how do we manage both sides of the coin. The health impacts, I think the research is compelling and overwhelming about the health effects of moving towards a plant-based diet. So for the physicians in the room, we you know that if you go to more of a plant-based diet, you probably will reduce some of the chronic metabolic diseases. So that's been. But there's been some new technologies that have come along with this plant-based diet. So you have the Impossible Burger, Beyond Meat. Are they a healthy choice? Well, if you talk to our executive chef at BC, at UBC, he goes, no way, I'm not bringing that on campus. First of all, it's way too expensive. And have you looked at the sodium content? People don't read labels very well. And so the challenge for us in this room too is educating people about not only where the food comes from, but what's in our food. And that's a challenge that we have in our faculty that we're taking on. And of course, then there's all the consumer regulatory issues that surround this plant-based diet. Well, our faculty has taken on the UN Sustainable Development Goals as a reason why we exist. And there's 17. And I would argue that faculty, along with our colleagues on campus, and Rob, your colleagues in kinesiology, are part of this sustainable goals development. So I put this slide in because I had the opportunity to meet Michael. And he came to campus and we did a bit of I'm the interviewer, he's the interviewee, and as you know, if you've read his book, eat food, not too much, mostly plants. So we're doing this back and forth. I had this giant question I wanted to ask, knowing that he eats very healthy. I go, Michael, do you eat something that's non-healthy? And it's code for junk. And he says, well, I do a lot of speaking. I'm on the road a lot. I drive to these places. And I stop into the place where you would think would be the last place you'd stop for food. The convenience store at a gas station. I'm starting to sweat now. I said, okay, Michael, what do you pick up? His answer, Cracker Jacks. He loves Cracker Jacks. I said to him, as a kid, I love Cracker Jacks, not for the caramel, but for that fries, which is probably 1/1000th of the cost of the actual fries, right? So he does eat Cracker Jacks. You're human. So he's just a regular guy. And so the other thing that we have as challenges in nutrition are populism. I'm going to talk about that. Preventive healthcare that I've talked about. And then the battle that Rob and I have on campus of trying to get nutrition and exercise into the curriculum of health-related faculties and departments. Because like elementary and high school curriculum, it's really tough to actually infuse something to their existing program. It is so prescriptive. And so, Rob, we still have a challenge to try to be that wedge to get into that program. So, this populism in science. So, a buddy of mine, Tim Caulfield, you may have seen him on CBC. He's often on CBC. Tim's an interesting guy. He's at the U of A. He's a lawyer by profession. But I got to know Tim when we did a report together on genetically modified foods. But he's become this media darling. If you know Tim, he's written a couple of books. One of which is Gwyneth Paltrow one about everything. Right? Because there's so many young people, and I would say young people, maybe even into the 20s, who follow Gwyneth Paltrow like she's some deity. And, they do this blindly. So Tim, in researching this book, did a lot of the things that Gwyneth Paltrow had recommended. He says it's completely bunk, right? It's not based on any science. it's based on what Gwyneth Paltrow thinks as good. He said the worst thing, and I apologize for this one. He said her cleansing. Oh my God, he goes. He did the cleansing. He goes, give me the flu. You know, really, it was that painful. So Tim's an interesting guy. So if you ever have a chance to meet him, just a wonderful person. So John, geez, what's going on with you? COVID has this weird, really weird effect on the time and space. So I can't remember if John was on a webinar 1 week ago, 1 month ago, or 1 year ago. But I think it was this year, right? Yeah. Okay. Colleen has just validated that it's not been that long. So John, I got to know John through his mentor. So John's mentor and colleague is David Jenkins, and I think I mentioned this. If you don't know David Jenkins really is associated with the glycemic index. Both John and David are at St. Mike's. They're clinician scientists, and they do a lot of work in this food and health area. So I apologize for those of you who are on the call. I'm just going to flip through John's slides again. I'll ask John Colton if it's okay if I read the presentation and that you can distribute it. I forgot to ask John if that was okay. I'm sure he'll be okay with it. But John is, you know, trying to get and has got nutrition into the medical curriculum at U of T. I go, really, John? Like, you know, if you want to take on the David and Goliath scenario, I guess who won this one? I guess David Jenkins and John over Goliath. So here's what John has believed. So continue professional, I guess, CPGs. I can't remember what the G stands for. Dr. Lynn, can you help me out there? It's related to, I think, certified professional something. Sorry. Oh, guidelines. Thank you, Colleen. Okay, so John's actually gotten this in, trying to be the cornerstone of the therapy behind all these programs. There's some statistics here. You know, poor diet is the greatest contributor to premature morbidity, mortality, and you know these are overwhelming numbers, right? Nutrition-based to food and dietary recommendations, we're shifting. How quickly are we shifting? Well, slowly shifting, but we are shifting. That's the important part. And so John had got all of these clips from newspapers talking about nutrition and medical students. And it's interesting, we actually polled some of the medical students. I think John did also. And whether or not they would be interested in more nutrition. And the overwhelming answer is yes. But, as I said, the challenge of the curriculum. So we did a night at the facility. We have a test kitchen in our faculty. It's called Vij's Kitchen, which is named after Vikram Vij, the iconic Indian chef. But we had the medical students have a culinary club, and they came over, and it was run by some of the dietitians. And it was really to make cooking not only fun, but really work into that night the value of the nutritional value of some of the components. And it was another overwhelming success. So there's real, and I apologize for the pun, appetite for this kind of program. And Rob and one of his faculty members, Emma Gunn, had been doing some with the varsity athletes in cooking classes. Robin, I think because of COVID, that was put on hold, but we'll get back to that again. So here's Canadian doctors feel unprepared about nutrition. And I'll just talk about my own case. So my family doctor, I was at Guelph prior to coming back to UBC. My family doctor was a real strong advocate about nutrition and health. But she freely admitted to me, she said, you know, Ricky, tell me about some of these terms such as functional foods and nutraceuticals, because some of the patients are coming in and asking about them. And you know, I'm doing what young people do. She's going to do a web search, right? But she says, you know, tell me what they're really about. So I became the teacher, she became the student. And so I don't think Jennifer was an isolated case. You know, she's probably more of the norm now in that situation. Again, more statistics around how doctors feel unprepared around. And this is in BC. CME, some continuing credits. Again, you know, there's overwhelming interest to get more nutrition into the education program, medical program. And here's some examples. And John was talking about some of his colleagues that who are trying to do this. Time to take action. This is John's schematic of how it's trying to work. There was a question, Charlene, about prenatal pediatrics. You know, what the mother eats is going to be reflected in her child that she's carrying. And some more programs that John's trying to get more nutrition into. And I think he's talking about not only the regular program, but he's talking about other programs. So here's a little bit about the MD program, the planning and development, and again, I'll read this. So John is interesting because they have these lifestyle medicine weeks, and so it's all about increasing the knowledge of nutrition. And I commend John and David and his colleagues at the team for doing this. You know, Rob, maybe one day we'll see this at BC. Hopefully sooner than later. And with the ChangeBC people, I understand that there's a big meeting happening next week. So I wish you all the best, and Rob and I will be helpful in wedging that into the agenda, hopefully. So culinary medicine, clinical skills, integrated lecture. You know, this whole notion of blending culinology and nutrition is interesting. I think Dr. Linton, I can't remember if I mentioned this on the ChangeBC, but I had the opportunity to talk to Carolyn Bennett, and she was the minister of, it wasn't health, it was well-being or something. She had this really weird type, and she herself is a family doc. And I said, Carolyn, wouldn't it be great to get that in? She says, well, how do you propose that we would do this? I said, maybe over a weekend, a series of weekends, because we need to make it fun. Because standing up in front of a class of doctors on the weekend and talking about nutrition, as we would traditionally do, class, I don't know if that would be very exciting. So let's make it part of a culinology so they appreciate the nutritional value of the ingredients. She thought that was great. Of course, then she gets changed to a different portfolio, and that kind of dies. But we talked today about how we need to continue that work. So here's the blending of food and cooking with the science of medicine. Rob put in their exercise, right? So here's the nexus again. So beyond 10 weeks, and again, I won't read this off. So we'll read this hopefully with the participants in the workshop. Future directions, well, John is trying to get it into endocrinology, cardiology, nephrology, gastroenterology. We're trying to get it into the residency program. Thank you, Dr. Linton, as a champion of the residency program. I know that we work hopefully we can develop some of these culinary exercise workshops, medicine workshops. So I'll shift gears to the dietetics program, and thank you again. For those of you who are unaware, we're the only game in town at UBC for the province. So I know there's been talk about other universities possibly getting into dietetics. And, you know, we're not adverse to that at all, because as people probably know, even in the north know, there's an extreme shortage of dietitians. And so we need to get to expand the number of seats. And how we do that, I don't care. Whether it's at UBC or SFU or Quadrant or whoever, let's get more dietitians into the program. We have taken it upon ourselves as part of our new strategic plan to have a real focus on Indigenous health and social justice. So Tamara Cohen, who's our director of our dietetics program, is decolonizing our dietetics program. So this is a wonderful initiative that we're fully supportive of. We're opening up more seats to Indigenous students in the dietetics program. But part of the challenge, sure, you know this, is developing the pipeline. So last week I was out at Britannia High School, which has the highest proportion of Indigenous students. The challenge with our Indigenous students is particularly around STEM courses. And so Dave Robinson, who's one of our PhD students, but I'm privileged to be one of his co-advisors. I'm not sure why, I'm not a concept expert at all. He's a carver, and he runs a course at Britannia for the Indigenous students where carving is classified as a STEM course, because he's teaching them all about the engineering of carving, the art of carving. And so we need to get those students to UBC, hopefully build a cohort and pipeline. I'll be at Indigenous graduation tomorrow. I apologize, I won't be there, and I felt so bad when I was phoning colleagues that I have to change my plans. But two of our students from food nutrition and health are graduating tomorrow, and I want to be before. So hopefully we can engage the people of ChangeBC, the students of ChangeBC to be part of the dietetics program. Kinesiology, of course, is already. So here's dietitians, and you know, this is more than advertisement to recruitment of where our dietitians can end up. So, as I said, if you need more information, please contact Tamara. And here's her information. I wanted to finish off the presentation by talking about this program called CREW. And as I said at the onset, we have a part of UBC Farm that we call the Indigenous Health Research and Education Garden. And the picture on your far left is the Indigenous Garden. And if you were to see it without the lettering, there is a pattern to that garden. It's very Indigenous, and it represents the whole ability to harvest, not farm things, but to harvest. And so, I was talking to somebody today, and I apologize. It was maybe Ahmed. We were talking about stinging nettles. No. Who is it? Oh, sorry, Colleen. Sorry, Colleen. And things like stinging nettles, which were very indigenous to the Musqueam plants, have gone. And so now we're replanting some of that in the forested areas of the UBC farm, along with things like fiddle. And so, again, that's part of this program at the Indigenous Health and Research Education Garden. But the program I really want to talk about is this program called CREW. And, you know, I said it stood for an acronym. It's the culturally relevant urban wellness program. And it really caters to the children from the downtown east side. We're doing it in partnership with the Vancouver Aboriginal Child and Family Services Society. And what it does is it brings the children out once a month to the UBC gardens, the Indigenous gardens, where the children learn about where their food comes from, which is a challenge for all of our children, or many of our children. Because I'll tell you a story after about how ridiculous this can be. But they come out and they work with the elders. They could be from Musqueam, they could be from other First Nations communities, but they learn about plants as food, plants as medicine. So, Charlene, I apologize. I left some tobacco that was grown at the UBC farm to bring to you. And of course, in my rush out of the house this morning, I left it on the table. But I will get it to you. But, you know, for many of us, the thought of tobacco is something that was rolled up and smoked. It's a medicine. It's a medicine. And that was the primary use of tobacco, as a medicine. And so they learn about some of the historical aspects, which I think has been lost to them. And so this is a superb program. And so the proposal that I was going to please shoot me or whatever, for putting more onto your already urgent plate. But it would be wonderful to have a program like crew up here in the Pacific Northwest. So I just want to finish off by acknowledging Kitsumkalum First Nations. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a visitor and guest. ChangeBC, Colin, Jeanette, wonderful call. You guys are amazing. Rob, of course, thanks for making that fateful trip over fall of 2015. And then my colleagues in dietetics, Tamara and Jimmy, and of course you who attended. So it's wonderful to meet the Kin students in person.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Going to be presenting a ChangeBC rated research study that was conducted in the year 2020 and is 1 year post-program survey. The title is Patient Experience and Activation from Supervised Dietary and Exercise Program, ChangeBC program. My name is Udo Honora, and today's date is 27th of May. So I will start by making a disclosure that this is not the final report of this research study, and I have no actual or potential conflict of interest as it relates to this presentation. And I must acknowledge the land of Kitsumkalum First Nation, which is innovative for the opportunity given me this morning for this afternoon to get this presentation. The objective of this is to help the audience to understand the unique and core values of Change program, and also to know the relationship between Change program and patient-centered care. I'll spend more time talking on the second objective, trying to talk more about the background, which is the rationale behind having this, after 1 year programming of preparation of ChangeBC. Change program is actually a simple intervention with different parts, and most of them has been discussed today. The actual clinical and other outcomes of the program. And it simply involves, having the appropriate dietary program and also having an appropriate exercise program. There are 5 key to success of the Change program, and they are having the family physician of the patient being involved in the program, having a team approach to care, providing a personalized diet and exercise program for patients, starting small and extending the care over 12 months with a regular follow-up with the patient. So those are, the five, pillars, the cornerstone for the success of change program. The question is, how do we know that change program works? I try to answer that question using two different approaches. Number one is the clinical outcome of the program, and number two is the non-clinical outcome of the program, which is the patient experience and activation I will be talking more about today. So the clinical outcome is measured using the metabolic syndrome parameters. This program has been conducted in two different centers, the ABATA program and the BC thyroid program. And the results showed 90% reversal of metabolic syndrome in ABATA's program. And BC, we had a big improvement of 34.2% reversal. So those are the clinical outcomes of the program, and it's based on the clinical measures and laboratory measures of these patients. But something that is important here is non-clinical aspects of the program. What are the experiences of these patients? And does this program actually lead to any level of patient activation? And that forms the goal of the research. And I'll be talking more about patient-centered care because those two components are a big part of the patient-centered care. And the care of patients is moving speedily to being patient-centered. So, what is this patient-centered care and how is it related to ChangeBC? Patient-centered care is being defined as is actually the first of its priority for BC health system. According to the Ministry of Health Strategy Plan document that is titled Second Priority for the BC Health System. This document was published in 2014, and among the 8 items listed, patient-centered care is being graded as a priority. And there was a paper published in regard to that, and that paper is titled British Columbia Patient-Centered Care Framework. How's the definition of patient-centered care? And I'm just going to reproduce the definition of the paper. It is defined as putting patients at the forefront of their health and care, ensuring that patients retain control over their own choices, and helping patients to make informed decisions. Being a support and a partner with patients as an individual, a family, and other relatives. There's also a definition of patient-centered care by the Institute of Health Institute, and it defines patient-centered care as working with patients rather than just doing things for patients or things for patients. So those information are important, and it's normal that we look at the ChangeBC and know whether it actually forms or fit into the definition of patient-centered care. So some definitions before we continue. The Agency of Healthcare Research and Quality actually defines patient experience as a care that encompasses a range of interaction. Patient experience is defined as a care that encompasses the range of interaction that patients have with the healthcare system, including experience with the care provided by the doctor, a nurse, or other persons involved in care. And patient activation was defined by Harvard and Gilbert in 2014 as any care that provides the patient individual skill, knowledge, and confidence to manage their health and the healthcare. So those are the two definitions of patient experience. And we'll be looking into the definitions to find out whether the program of ChangeBC fits into that. And I want you to understand there's a difference between patient experience and patient satisfaction. While patient satisfaction is based on the expectation of the patient, so it's defined as patient expectation for his or her care encounter. It is quite subjective because the expectation of different patients is different. So one patient expectation, from seeing a doctor may be a doctor to spend more time talking to him or her. The other one may be just to get his prescription out. And the satisfaction they get from that visit is going to be determined on what the expectation is. So it's quite subjective because many persons will receive the same care, but how different in level of satisfaction. Unlike patient experience that is actually based on what will happen and not on the expectation of patients. And I want you to know that patient experience is an integral part of patient-centered care. That's why we need to study it. And it is a component of health system performance measure. And it's also important because it can start out in quality improvement in the health system. And for you to actually activate a patient, you must have to engage patients. So if ChangeBC is able to provide a positive patient experience, and if ChangeBC is able to provide patient activation, it means that it fits into the definition of patient-centered. So, having listened to all these definitions, I want us to go back to the five key sources of ChangeBC and then compare it with the definition of patient-centered care. So, the five key sources are ChangeBC is a care that has a team approach involved in the family vision of the patient. The care is personalized, meaning that the patient is given the time or given an opportunity to make choices and be part of the plan. And the care is started gradually, not rushing patient through the care. And it is extended over a period of 12 months with regular follow-up, giving the patient an opportunity to make changes. And then when you compare it with the definition of patient-centered care, it fits in because it's defined as a care that patient is at the forefront of their health care and have a opportunity to make choice. Because ChangeBC is patient-centered. Because ChangeBC gives the patient the time to make changes, and because ChangeBC has the care that allows the patient, it fits into the definition of patient-centered care. Now, the research itself. So this research was conducted after 1 year of the program, and it is not using the survey, which is a print survey. There was an ethics approval from the UBC ethics committee. And the aim is to assess whether ChangeBC is able to assess the experience and level of activation of patients that completed 12 months of ChangeBC program. And the question that the research tends to answer is what is the experience of the patient that completed 12 months of ChangeBC program, and does ChangeBC program lead to patient activation? The inclusion criteria involve adult metabolic syndrome patients that completed 12 months of the program, and patient has stayed at least 12 months after the last section of the program. And the method that was used is we use a print form of survey. So we have a paper copy, and the paper copy was distributed to the patient. Assistance was given to patient on request, and most of the patients actually completed the survey on their own comfort. So most was done at home, and they returned to the completed survey to us, after which we collate the results. Now, I'm going to go through different questions that was asked on the survey. So there were 15 questions, and the patients were given 5 options. So either indicate whether they are strongly disagree with the option, whether they disagree, which is B, neutral, agree, or strongly agree. And the question number 1 to 8 actually assess the patient experience, while the remaining questions assess patient activation. The first question is on the survey is whether the ChangeBC was relevant to B, and 100% of the patients answered agree with that. The second question was, the ChangeBC supports help me understand my health issue better, and 100% of the patients agree with that. The third was whether ChangeBC program increased my knowledge about support available to me. 10% was neutral, and 90% said yes to that. The fourth question was compared to just seeing my doctor, attending sessions with other patients. Other patients added value to me. 40% answer was neutral to that, and 60% said yes to that. The fifth question was compared to see my doctor for seeing dietitian and kinesiologist added value to me, and all the patients said yes to that question. The sixth question was the quality of information I received about nutrition was high, and 100% of the participants said yes. 7 was the quality of information I received about exercise is hard. 100% of the participants also agreed with that information. The 8th question was the ChangeBC program motivated me to set personal goals and to take steps to improve my health. 10% was neutral and 90% was agreed to that. The many questions were on patient activation. Remember, patient activation is being able to provide care to patients that help the patient to develop individual skills, knowledge, and confidence to take care of their own health and health care. 9th question was, by participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I learned the proper exercise to do to improve my health. Everybody agrees. By participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I learned the appropriate foods to eat to improve my health. 30% was neutral, while 70% agreed with that. By participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I am eating healthy food that fits within my budget to improve my health. This is important because it's not just the question of diet, it's the budget is involved, the patient cost is involved. So this question is not just very question what we are eating, it's also assess, the information they have what they can afford. 22% was neutral and 80% answer agreed that the information they brought and description and recommendation about diets actually fit into their budget. The 12th question was, by participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I am doing the recommended exercise to improve my health. 10% was neutral, 90% agreed to that. By participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I do not need further training on appropriate exercise to improve my good health. 80% was neutral, while 70% was agreed to that. The 14th question, by participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I do not need further training on appropriate food to eat to improve my health. 11% strongly disagreed with that, 20% disagreed with that, and 33% was neutral, and 33% agreed on that. The last question, by participating in ChangeBC, I am confident that I have acquired the necessary dietary and exercise, and still that I need to overcome barriers to improve my health. 14% neutral and 86% agreed on that. So in conclusion, I'm just going to do that with asking a question, having heard, the presentation, having heard, the definition of patient experience, patient activation, and what we mean by patient-centered care. I'm going to ask the audience, do you think that ChangeBC leads to positive patient experience? And do you think that, ChangeBC leads to patient activation? And last question is, do you think ChangeBC is a patient-centered care? Thank you.
Okay, so with respect to the electronic medical record, it can be a powerful tool in practice, and a new program can feel like yet another burden or force to carry in family practice. However, the Change program incorporates the benefits of patient values and expectations along with the best clinical evidence to deliver great patient outcomes with the benefit of healthcare team expertise, utilizing the family physician as the central orchestrating figure. The EMR can be utilized as a powerful tool, foundation, both in identifying eligible patients from the practice profile and helping to maintain a flow during office encounters, as well as a progressive accounting of accumulating data over the course of a patient's change experience. Employing what I'm now referring to affectionately as the good to flip. Let us view this not as a burden, but as an exciting foundational change in the delivery of primary care, as an embedded preventative healthcare program with team support. The desire for better quality of life outcomes is apparent in many encounters, both from the patient and the healthcare provider. A program like Change with significant benefit in terms of quality of life as well as patient and healthcare system savings, all offered to patients equitably, will result in patient demand. Make no mistake. Because the family physician is at the core of this program, patients will be coming to our offices and demanding to be part of the Change program. I think we're already seeing this in it's already happening in our community, and the program hasn't even started yet. Given the inevitability of the patient demand, it behooves us all to become familiar and comfortable with the resources and delivery of this program in the primary care setting. Beyond initial patient identification, the EMR can be utilized for change flow through the use of templates. For each encounter at time 0, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months, there's a template for each patient encounter. For referrals to the healthcare team, there's a template. And for referral to the internal medicine specialist as part of the rehab portion of change for those patients having recently gone through a cardiac event, there is also a template. Templates help with creating flow for appointments and generating data for future program improvements, as this is an iterative process. Specific templates help with that feeling of being overwhelmed by creating a life raft to help physicians and patients to get from point A to point B in the safest way possible without the world coming crashing down around us. Change sounds great for my patients, but I have no time to take on extra charting. This is a familiar employing the goat to flip again. Using templates for documenting patient encounters will save you time, and healthier patients will result in less burden on the healthcare system. Let's not just get angry with all the work we have to do. Let's focus our energy in a positive effort for our patients to all become their own superheroes. Together with Tamara, we would now like to walk you through the process of utilizing your EMRs to navigate change. Tamara is our superhero, practice support coach, and she won't be angry with any of your questions. Let's now take this from pilot to practice.
So just a note, I am not really happy with the showcases the whole. I would much rather be Wonder Woman. But then I got to thinking, it's not just me. I have a whole team of supports around me that collaborated with putting these tools into the EMR. And so I would like to give a shout out to my fellow practice support coaches. We have Denise in Madison, we have Janine in UMAT, Sydney in Prince Rupert, and we have our EMR specialist, Jody Johansson, that has helped with some of the templates in MOAS as well. So shout out to you guys, and also Dr. Lindsay's LPN as well. She's helped us with some of the templates. So we'd like to do a live demo now in MedAccess. Okay, so for the demonstration, we're going to be using MedAccess. So this is Dr. Lincoln's clinic, and we have created 3 dashboard views to understand which patients could be eligible for the program. So the first dashboard that we have is the Change Prehab. Now this is based on 3 or more of the ChangeBC criteria. This first widget here, you can see that it shows the prevalence in the practice. The second widget breaks it down by males and the third by females with the criteria. We've also put it in age cohorts as well. So you can actually drill right in and see, okay, for my patients 30 to 39, I have 9 names that fit that criteria. It's very simple to click on the report and click the search button to display your list of patients, which could be, that's where you can do your chart review or print off the list for your MOA to schedule those appointments.
So for those of you counting clicks, that was 2 so far.
Yes. Now, we've expanded the criteria for the ChangeBC program. We've got males with 2+ criteria, diabetics, type 1, type 2. We've made some adjustments, so we'll.
Yeah, so no longer are we worrying about body mass index greater than 40 as an exclusion criteria. So that is from our previous pilot. That is no longer part of the change program approval process.
Then the third dashboard.
Yeah, so the third dashboard is for the rehab side of the change program. And in our soft launch that's taking place just now, we're holding off on the rehab side of things, recognizing that it is the next step of application of change. And so for people who have had a recent cardiac event or cerebrovascular event, we will be holding off those referrals for now, but the change program will be incorporating a cardiac rehab portion of the program. And so look forward to that as being part of the next step of implementation of change.
So Dr. Linton mentioned in the slides that this will not require a lot of work. So we've spent a lot of time developing templates that will guide you through with embedded links. So we'll review that right now. So we have a ChangeBC test patient. I'll expand the view here. I'm hoping that everyone online can see this. It's pretty small. But this template guides you through your baseline visit with your patient. And this is where you can determine if they qualify. So you'll notice here we have some checkboxes for you to keep in mind to review their labs, determine if the patient is eligible, determine if the patient is ready, assess their pharmacotherapy and medications. These measures here, if you hover over them, it will show you the last values. So with the change program, some of the labs were within the last 10 weeks.
Yeah, so the criteria for the change time zero appointment is to have labs done within the last 10 weeks prior to starting the change program. They may not have had labs done yet, but you can roll it back to as far as 10 weeks prior to time zero.
Excellent. So you can hover over, if they have a measure, it will display automatically, so you won't have to redo it or enter that information in and hold in. Then we have part of the change program is to, for patients that have mental health concerns, we do have an embedded task template that will pull up the PHQ-9. This doesn't have to be all filled in with the patient. The patient could do it ahead of time if you desire, and then you can enter the score. So if the patient scores a 12, that will be embedded in the future visits for reference.
And so the reason that we include the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 is specifically for screening purposes for a patient's mental health. Because as we all know, and we heard yesterday with Dr. Gupta's talk, that mental health can have a strong impact on how people come to the table when it comes to making changes in both diet and exercise in their lives.
The next step is the cardiac risk factors. You check all that apply. And the Framingham risk score. So Dr. Richard describe that.
So specifically here, we're looking at a 10-year risk of cardiac event with Framingham score. And one of the things that is part of the Framingham risk score is a quote at the end of heart age. And I've piloted this with my own patients and found it to be significantly impactful when people understand where they where they rank with respect to their chronological age and their risk score calculated age based on all of the parameters of the Framingham risk score calculation. So if I have a 45-year-old male sitting in front of me who thinks he doesn't need the change program in his life, and I tell him, well, you know, actually your heart status suggests that your cardiac age is more akin to a 61-year-old, then that 45-year-old might have more of an impetus to consider the idea. Maybe the change program is for me.
So moving on, we have a tool that you can access. It's a link to the tool. There's a space for an assessment note to enter free text. Then we have the ChangeBC packages that are required. So we have the contract, it's one cover of the link, can be printed off and the patient can sign. Signature required. This can be tasked to your MLA to do if you so desire. And that will be saved to the patient's chart once it's complete. The next is the referral package. So this package, most of the information is embedded from the patient's chart. You can see their name, all their demographic information for a provider, their height, weight, if it's available in the chart, we'll pull in, along with their measures. There's a spot for free text for making additional notes. And then page 2.
Just before we move on to page 2, when we initially developed this, we had included waist circumference, and we just want to reiterate here that we don't want to revisit any trauma on anybody, that this is trauma-informed practice we are trying to utilize in rolling out the change program. So because there are no, for example, Indigenous population data that normalizes abdominal girth, we would prefer with Indigenous patients that abdominal girth is not a measure that is taken or recorded as part of the chart.
So you'll notice here, not.
That's right. So that's what that's for. That's that part of things. Yes, Dina.
I couldn't agree more. But when we're looking at a trauma-informed practice, are we not concerned of the trauma that can happen to a non-Indigenous person as well as it relates to waist circumference?
Absolutely. So from the perspective of data that's available, it doesn't make sense to be measuring abdominal girths for the Indigenous population. For the non-Indigenous population, keeping in mind trauma-informed practice, it also doesn't make sense to be measuring that. So we keep this in here because it is still officially part of the metabolic syndrome diagnosis. And so to keep that information available if people need it, it's part of this form. Because it's part of the form, don't feel obliged to fill it out, is our underlying message.
Could we put a tick box also that just perhaps says declined?
Absolutely.
That way then it's not that we're missing it.
Yeah, absolutely noted. And the one thing that you would want to take from this illustration here in this talk is that the change program is an iterative program. And very simply, we have been talking about this for a long time, and just getting that put into the paperwork has taken a bit more time for us, but we can absolutely include that. We'll call it the DINA checkbox.
So this is actually a really good example of the feedback that we're looking for the forms, the templates. Please reach out if physicians, any support staff, any allied healthcare professionals, if you see that there's something missing or you want something changed, we can definitely do that. So page 2 of the form is where a little bit of work has to happen. You'll notice this box for medical background pulls from the patient's profile. This is a free text box where you can enter any other relevant history that pertains to this patient. Checking for smoker or non-smoker, how many packs per week. Medications automatically pull in. These all can be edited as well. If it pulls in and you don't want to include certain information, it can be edited. Some of the potential barriers, mental and physical, the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 will pull forward. There is a readiness to change scale. Is this patient ready to take the embark on this path? You can enter the score there, and this is really helpful for the kinesiology and dietitians to really understand.
And if I can just make a point here, this is a completely arbitrary scale. This is not taken from another form somewhere. It just gives us some kind of an idea after your interaction with the patient, how ready do you think this patient is to partake in the change program? And if not, in the comments section, are there particular barriers? Because there may be things in there that the dietitian or kinesiologist can still have a go at and see if actually maybe this patient might still be ready for this program. Yes. An interesting question, thank you. So the question is this your interpretation or do you ask the patient of their readiness to change? And certainly when you look at motivational interviewing, that's one of the questions that you will often ask a patient. And if you get something in that 7 to 8 range out of 10, then you can pretty much guess that the patient is actually a willing participant in all of this. So I think asking the patient is probably the best way to do this rather than just gauging it yourself.
So then we have exercise restrictions, injuries, and additional information. And so this form can be, if your allied healthcare professionals, your dietitian and your kinesiologist are working within your EMR doing your charting, you can simply task it to their task box by updating and forwarding it. You don't even have to print it off, fax it somewhere. It can stay within the EMR.
And we would also like to make the point that this referral is a common referral for both dietitian and kinesiologist. You don't have to do separate referral forms. It is a one-stop shop referral.
Great. Excellent. So, what was that? We'll go back to the template. So that we covered the contract that the patient will sign, the referral package. Now our dietitian requested that the family practice give the patient a handout for documented last 3 days of their nutrition. And so this is just simply printed off the patient. So your MOA. We have also the ChangeBC. So this ideally would be great to be done prior. Sorry.
So question there about your nutrition questionnaire.
Yes.
Did I catch that right? The document. I'm just wondering about were we able to capture any of the traditional foods and how it was preserved. Like last night we did the household.
Yeah.
Right? So I do recognize some of our foods are prepared with high salt. Right? So is there a place we can capture that?
So the dietary recall here is whatever you ate, regardless. It's not what you should eat, it's what you did eat. That's what we're looking at.
So, and the purpose behind the 3-week recall is that if the client or participant provided that document, I'm asking for a self-reflection. What do I think I'm doing well in my current eating? What do I want to work on? And then it goes through when do they go to bed? When do they wake up? Food that they're eating, when were they hungry? And it's starting to get people to start becoming mindful of what they're eating. Once I get in with them, I do a protocol assessment. How is it prepared? What are you adding? And so that's when that assessment happens. You find that if I say, what did you eat yesterday? You're in the headlights. I have no idea. And so that recall isn't fulsome. And part of metabolic syndrome, the program is identifying frequency of fruits and vegetables, frequency of meat, and over a 3-week period, including a weekend, I get a more fulsome representation than something like that.
So if we go back to the package here, we have the ChangeBC lab. And so this has been pre-populated with the lipids.
And the hemoglobin A1C. And so you don't have to click any of the different parameters here other than for facts to the lab. It's all done for you.
And then, later as we pull in the change rehab, we have an embedded referral for
internal medicine specialists.
Yes. So with your clinic logo, your preferred internal medicine specialist.
And just, even though it's not incorporated as part of the soft launch right now, the internal medicine specialists are aware of all of this. And there will be a treadmill test that they would be invoking for someone who's gone through some cardiac event, and perhaps they've just received a cardiac stent or had a coronary artery bypass surgery.
Okay. And moving on, we have just a little checkbox. Have you made an appointment with your MOA for their 3-month follow-up? And then your plan. Now, at the bottom, we have some patient resources. We have the link to Metabolic Syndrome Canada that you can direct patients to read a little bit more about the program. We have a brochure that you can print off for patients. You'll notice as well that you can email. I probably shouldn't have clicked on it. If you have an email attached to your computer, when you click on that little icon, it will pull up your default email and you can send that directly to a patient. It will also, if the patient has an email in their chart, will populate their email. So you just hit send.
So that's for any patient-related resources. Email to them directly.
So we have overcoming barriers for eating fruits and veggies. This is a really great handout from Metabolic Syndrome Canada. They have a fabulous site full of resources. So if there's anything that you're looking for specifically, we can find those for you. We also have a great fact sheet here from Metabolic Syndrome Canada. How to manage your weight, control your blood sugars, lower your blood pressure. It's a really great handout for your patients. We also have, so Metabolic Syndrome Canada has embedded the Mediterranean diet, but we also have the local local traditional diet. I don't have a link to it, but our hope is that Dina will develop some video.
Develop resources.
Yes, I want videos.
I'm going to talk to Alana. I've said to Colleen and to Lori, my vision after yesterday is to create a food-based seasonal program
that would be fabulous.
that captures the harvest, the preserving, the foraging of local foods by season, highlighting what those foods are, what the micro and macronutrients that they provide, speaking with elders where they share stories about food, its medicine, and then embedding recipes along that across the elders.
That's fabulous. That's really great. I was thinking about Nisga'a Valley, the CHRs have done a lot of video presentations for preparing some of the local foods. So that is where we could incorporate a link to those videos. We have the Metabolic Syndrome website with all of their videos as well. So we've got recipes, yeah. So any links that you'd like to have in the template we can have. So that wraps up the baseline visit. I think we're out of time. Very much so.
But just to remind people, so that's the template for the baseline visit. There are templates for follow-up visits, and recognizing that labs are required at time 0, at 3 months, and 1 year. Those reminders are embedded in those templates for you. You don't have to remember it. So we want to make this easy for everyone. And I think with the use of the templates and the way Samara has built them, along with the support that she's received from her other superhero practice sport coaches, that it's going to be a lot easier for you to manage the process.
So yes, my name is Raul Gupta, and I'm joining from the unceded and ancestral lands of the Tsimshian Squamish Nations First People, and very grateful to be here again. Just also want to acknowledge this program. We're going to be talking about some of the different elements around empowering healthcare teams across the province, and as we enter into this time of a lot of primary care networks and team-based care, it's a huge challenge. So I've been fortunate enough to work with the Rural Coordination Center with funding from the Joint Standing Committee on Rural Health Issues, along with a great team, which includes Adrian Peltonen and Tracy Deliu from the RCC, as well as Drs. Myers, Dr. Hubler, Dr. Humber, and Dr. Cecile Andreas, who's one of the co-facilitators alongside myself as a physician coach. So just want to acknowledge, and there's lots of other people that have been involved with this program, including perhaps some of you. So don't have time to thank everybody for their contributions, but really do feel very privileged to be involved with this. This program has received financial support, as I mentioned, from the GSC, but there's otherwise no financial or in-kind support. And I also am an owner of a business, Voice Division Coaching and Mindfulness, so I do support both individuals and teams through that practice as well. So the ways we'll mitigate any bias is I'm sharing with you kind of my position, as well as just letting you know that what I've presented here has already been approved by our planning committee and working group. So what I'm hoping we can do, actually, just to be clear, when we had talked about this being maybe a 45-minute presentation, so now it might make it a little bit things further late. I will try to keep it tighter than that, so that we can get you back on time as well. And so I just want to take a few minutes to talk about the quality team coaching program that we had developed, just so you have a sense of context here. But really the purpose of today is to share with you the 8 elements that we discovered through the literature review that really support high-functioning teams, and I'm sharing with you an example case of a team that went through the training to highlight some of the possibilities of what can come out of that, and then hopefully at the end some time for discussion. I really love this quote from Lilla Watson because I think it really captures the attitude at the heart of how we might show up on our teams, and really what allows for things to go well. And in fact, my understanding is she attributed this quote not just to herself, but actually in conversation with others, so that it very much was actually a quote that came from a team. So my hope, again, is just that we can distinguish why it's important to have high-functioning teams, and then get into these 8 elements, as I mentioned before. So this slide is, as you look at these different pieces as to the impact that a high-functioning team can have, you might notice that there's, 3 different levels where the impact can be felt. It can be felt on the patient level, because the literature shows that actually patients will experience more safety from the system. There'll be less errors occurred. There'll be less missed care. There may even be less mortality. But it's not just on the patient level that we see some impact. It's also on the provider level. Providers may discover that they've got better job satisfaction, a better sense of teamwork, a sense of improved performance as well, which we can feel good about. And then people are actually more likely to stick around if they have that sense that the team is a place where they can experience some joy. So that has an impact on recruitment and retention. And of course, then that brings in the piece of the system impact, because systems obviously will be a lot more stable and sustainable when we have that experience. But as well, the system is actually better at adapting to change and even anticipating changes that are coming downstream. So just a few words about the program that we had developed. This was specifically meant for rural healthcare teams, and there were priorities given to communities that are from RSA A or B communities, as well as populations that are more remote, and also for teams where there is an interdisciplinary component. So whether it's physicians and nurses, other allied healthcare providers, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, social workers, administrative support, and of course leadership, that realizing from the literature that actually leadership involvement would be critical to making change. We wanted to make sure that the leaders themselves would also be involved. And this just gives you a sense of the different communities that we worked with in the last year and a half. So the program really initially was meant to be a one-day workshop in the community. We had to pivot because we launched literally in March 2020. As you know, other things were happening right around then. So we actually pivoted it to delivering it completely online. And then it also involved 4 coaching sessions at 1, 2, 4, and 6 months. And then some support for any leaders on the team, recognizing again that the welfare and skills of the leaders actually are a critical component for team function. So just before I share the 8 elements, I invite you maybe just to take a moment individually, if you think about any teams that you're on right now, and if we just had some fun with this and asked ourselves, okay, how could we make our team as dysfunctional as possible? And just kind of give yourself a chance to think about, okay, what are the things that could really derail our function as a team or make it highly unattractive or difficult to... Yes, I see, Tamara, you recognize Triz. And yes, so some responses are coming in the chat box. Don't talk to each other, as an example from Carrie. And so as you kind of think about your own responses, maybe just seeing how they line up with the 8 elements I'm about to share with you here. So this slide is basically sharing with you the 8 elements that we discovered in our literature review, and then that's actually what informed the training that was created. And so we're going to now spend the bulk of our time actually going through these 8 elements and understanding them a little bit more in depth. First, I want to say, I've noticed with team-based care that as we're trying to implement things, there's such an emphasis on strategy and how we're going to make this work, and trying to find ways to systems that are actually going to support this. And that's all obviously very important. But I find this quote from the author Peter Drucker really helpful, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And as we know, the tricky part is culture is hard to change. My in-laws are actually from Wisconsin, so they 100% understand that this is in fact a truism. So I want to get into these 8 elements now, because these really are going to help speak to our culture. The very first one is around self-awareness. And this may be surprising, actually, why this would be important on a team, because self-awareness is really about knowing our own states, knowing our preferences, our values, our own particular resources and instincts. It's also about knowing what we're thinking, our ideas, how we're feeling about things, whatever biases we're carrying. It's really this piece about knowing thyself. And really actually quite critical, because if you had attended yesterday and we talked about the polyvagal theory, the state that we're in actually will dictate the degree to which we can be pro-social, the degree to which we can actually turn towards our team, which is the second element, our situational awareness, our ability to sense what's going on around us. And so this is perceiving other people, perceiving what's happening in the context of our environment, being able to make some sense out of what we're actually experiencing, and even to project what we're seeing into the future so that we can adapt and meet things head on. And so again, just reminding you, if you were here yesterday, we had talked about the polyvagal theory. And so knowing where you are anywhere on this scale can actually be incredibly important for how we function on a team. And that's not just noticing how we are, but also noticing other people's physiology, because therefore we might both bring more compassion for them, but also support that they might need. So of course, interchange is really important, but without collective change, no change matters, as Angel Williams shares for us. So there's more to this. And in my mind, this might be the most important of the 8 elements. And this has been spoken of a lot lately. So I suspect most of you have heard this term, psychological safety. There's lots of different definitions. I like this very simple one, which is that psychological safety is the sense that people feel their team is a safe place to take interpersonal risks. So this means that, we feel comfortable maybe making mistakes and trying some different things. We feel included on the team so that we feel a sense of our contributions matter. We might even feel like we can challenge directions and challenge what's being decided upon, recognizing that wisdom might actually be very helpful for the team. Embedded within psychological safety is cultural safety. And cultural safety is more of an outcome that's based on respectful engagement of the different team members, respecting their cultures, respecting their history. It's addressing the power imbalances that we know exist. And it's really creating an environment that's free of racism and discrimination, which means that it doesn't tolerate injustices. It acts quickly on injustices that might be seen throughout the system. So that's the third element, and there's lots of different ways one can build psychological safety on the team. Just a few to mention, respect across the team, inviting people to actually participate and have their voices heard, really not seeing failure more as feedback and opportunities for us to do something different, so that we don't see failures as a personal issue, but maybe more of a system challenge that we have an opportunity to adjust. It also involves really thinking about the fact that we are all finite creatures, and how can we set some healthy boundaries on workloads and behaviors, so that there is actually the sense that people feel our team is a just place. It's a place where people can feel their needs and person are going to be respected, and that there is a sense of appreciation that is encouraged. And recognizing that all of us, actually do have a love for learning in our own areas. And so actually psychological safety is built when we honor that and give people opportunities to grow. And finally, that there's a recognition that moral distress is inherent in actually our work, but that we're working to find ways to mitigate that. This is actually a slide that's related to the work of David Rock, and he developed the SCARF model, which I'm not going to speak about today, but I think this actually gets to the heart of psychological safety, that when we feel safe, we actually see some physiological changes within our brain that optimize innovation, optimize collaboration. So really helpful for us to be thinking about on our team, how can we minimize that sense of threat, and how can we maximize the reward state where we actually will make pro-social attempts as well as get more creative. So the fourth one is around an open flow of communication. And I liked what the literature said about this, that they described it as a timely push of information. So rather than feeling like you're trying to draw blood from a stone from your team members to get critical information, there's this kind of sharing of information early and often, and there's that sense of mutual support. The fifth one is described in the literature was around shared mental models. And this was the language we found in the literature. What they were speaking to is this idea that across the team, we have a shared understanding of what are our values, what are the roles that each person is playing on the team, what are our goals that we want to actually work towards. And with that, there's an appreciation that the more diverse we are in our ways of thinking and perceptions, that actually supports the overall team strength. There's also recognition that things change, and so we don't stay stuck in our mental models, but we're willing as a team to change over time, and that might even be over the course of a day sometimes. If anything, the pandemic has shared with us just how quickly things do change, and the degree to which we're willing to adapt our models is really important. And then there's this piece around thinking in systems. It's easy to think of each team working in isolation, but in reality, that's not the case. So, this is based a lot on the work of Peter Hawkins, but really inviting us to see that each team is embedded into the wider system. And can we as a team start thinking about the needs of our stakeholders, whether that's the patients we're serving, other teams that exist around us, those that might be funding our work. And so it's not just thinking about stakeholders that are currently present. There's also this part about thinking into the future. So can we anticipate the needs of those that might follow and have this future back kind of approach to our models? And can we take the information from the outside and filter that into what we might actually choose to do as a team? And this goes along with the sixth element around shared leadership. And there was a lot written about this that, especially, we see it all the time now, but especially now, it seems like as we get into more and more complexity, if there's ways for us to flatten the structure so that leadership is distributed across the team, obviously there's going to be limits to that, but that can be incredibly helpful because it encourages people to participate in the decision making. And of course, there's going to still be some decisions that need to be made by leadership, but looking for ways to empower the team to be involved in decisions where their opinion actually can make a huge difference. There was also this part around orienting new staff. And this came up actually quite a bit with the teams that we worked with. Many teams started to look at how they were orienting staff because that's really a part of the culture is like, okay, do we support new people that are coming into our system to be oriented well, to even actually be given the opportunity to provide some input on what they're seeing because they have fresh eyes? And, investing in that time and seeing that that actually is going to be a really helpful piece for the whole team and its function. And of course, monitoring and distributing the workloads. Again, that can, one of the teams we work with was in an emergency room. And so that can actually happen over the course of 8 hours, that there's actually significant shifts that might occur with good leadership watching and seeing where the needs might be. So the seventh element, we had to coin a term because what we were seeing in the literature was a lot of detail around developing routines and procedures and agreements across the team. So we call this an empowering team infrastructure. And within this, really what was being described is these routines and procedures are providing opportunities for mutual support and this give and take across the team. And that the team is actually seeking ways that they can build and reinforce these behaviors through time. So there's lots of different ways that people might consider with empowering team infrastructure. I've just written a few ideas down here. Could be through some team agreements that you create in terms of how you're going to work together. Many teams are using daily huddles as a way to have that established opportunity to check in around patient care and even how staff are doing. As I already mentioned, it could be, transforming how we orient new staff as a procedure. It might even be surgical checklists. There's actually tons and tons of infrastructural ways that we might do this. And this goes along with the final element I was hoping to speak to, which is supporting a learning culture. And this element was really speaking to a culture where members feel comfortable sharing what their strengths and experiences are, sharing what their needs might be from the team. A learning culture is one that is looking to get feedback for what they're up to and also measuring improvement so that they can learn and have some quantifiable and useful ways of measuring change. It's also one that purposely chooses to create space to think together. That was one of the things that came from the feedback from our program. You know, as I mentioned, we would meet for 1, 2, 4, and 6 months after the training. And for many team members, this was actually novel, that they actually were having time to reflect together about what it is they're up to and how they're going to work together and how they're going to make things happen. And so finally, the last piece of this is creating new routines in response to system changes. So again, this piece of staying adaptive as things continually change. So this is a slide that in some ways brings together learning culture with psychological safety. And this is based on the work of Amy Edmondson, who's written a book called Fearless Organization. And I think it's a helpful slide just to take a moment to look at. So, you know, if we look on the left, if we have low psychological safety, in other words, people don't feel comfortable sharing their truth, and we have low accountability, we don't have procedures and agreements in place, what we might create is a space of apathy where not a lot happens, people feel disengaged. We could also, if we continue to have low psychological safety, but there's lots of high expectations on the team, people might get their work done, but then they get into the zone of anxiety. And so then people are worrying about their performance. They may in fact have difficulty sharing when they have some concerns about the direction. And so the overall quality might actually go down, and we actually might find that the staff are suffering. We might actually find people are more likely to leave, more likely to go on work stress leaves. Those things can all happen. Then we can have the opposite, where we have a place where people do feel very comfortable and safe with each other, but we don't have any agreements on how we're going to actually make stuff happen. So we can be in this comfort zone, but without necessarily having the best results. And so how can we actually match this place of psychological safety, but also lots of agreements and routines and places for us to learn together, ways for us to measure what we're up to, so that we stay in this learning zone and actually carve out a place where hopefully people feel very engaged, feel like they're taking risks, trying different things, and feeling effective together. So I want to take a couple of minutes just to share one example. This is a team that we worked with on Vancouver Island, and this was an emergency team consisting of physicians, nurses, unit clerks, and administration in terms of management. And when they first were approaching the program, they were talking about trying to build cultural safety in their emergency room, but it became quite clear that in fact they needed to do something first, because the physicians were trying to do something to address change, the nurses were trying to do something to address change, they were all working in silos, and in fact they weren't getting the kind of results they were wanting, and they were feeling quite demoralized by the lack of change. So then they realized what they wanted to work on was, how can we actually start to work together? How can we create the conditions that allow us to flourish together? And so they actually organized their time together around simulation, something that everybody in the team actually cared about in terms of wanting to be more competent and confident when critical events might arrive in the emergency room. So it was interesting to see what happened, because as they came together, they started to create some safety, and just in terms of the dynamics with each other, they had opportunities to really hear the challenges that each other were facing and the unique issues of being a nurse or a physician or a unit clerk, started to build some understanding of each other's strengths. And they started to notice actually this push of information. People were actually exchanging things better during handover. They started creating different kinds of huddles. Then they started actually creating simulations where different team members could come, they could actually practice things, experiment with things they hadn't tried before. And they realized that actually one of the most helpful things they did was to pause together as a team. So they, for those of you that were present yesterday, we talked about the stop technique. This emergency room decided to actually pause in the emergency room together, typically once a shift, just to sense how each other was doing. And so they actually worked on that self and situational awareness as a team. And what they found was, it was that even though it felt weird at the beginning to start it, most of the team members really appreciated that opportunity to sense what kind of space they were in, what challenges they were facing, how available they were for extra work, what supports they might need, and to normalize the distress that the team might have been feeling. They even started doing it after a critical incident, taking a minute or two, even just to decompress. They talked about one time doing it after a young child had died in the emergency room, and having an opportunity as a team to actually just sense on how that was impacting each of the team members. And it's gotten to the point apparently that if somebody forgets to do this during a shift, one of the team members will actually say, hey, can we stop together? Can we actually pause? And that's actually been a way for them to build psychological safety. So now they're at the point where, in fact, they are doing these simulations. They've actually decided to build in camaraderie. So after the simulations, they go out for some ice cream or even sometimes for dinner. And now they're actually together. They've developed really strong relationships between the nurses and physicians that together now they feel ready to tackle some deeper, more complex issues, in particular issues of cultural safety in the emergency room itself. So those are the 8 elements. There's an example. I was going to suggest well, actually one more slide, which is just to kind of say something from one of the researchers that we were reading from, Albritton. He described this idea that highly effective teams rarely happen by accident. And I think that's a really helpful reminder that there's work to be done. And my hope is that as you hear this talk, it gives you a chance to think about, okay, which of these elements are already in play on a team that you are on? In other words, where are our strengths already? And any aha moments on an element that you notice your team might need some more attention? Anything where there's opportunities to try something a little bit different or to engage in a conversation that might strengthen one of these elements. So I was going to just check time-wise because it is now almost 10 o'clock, and whether we want to take 2 or 3 minutes for people just to engage with a person beside you, or I also want to honor Robert's time and the conference time if you want to just leave it at that as a reflective question. And I would just have 1 or 2 more slides to share before we complete. So we'll just maybe leave that as a reflective question and invite you to think about that later on today. So the last thing I'm just going to share is just to say, so we've done kind of phase 1, and we actually learned a lot from our first round, recognizing we had some successes with certain teams. Other teams we may not have been as helpful as we would have liked, and so we've learned some pieces and have adapted our offering. We are going to be entering to phase 2 and inviting, I think, up to 5 teams. So we have funding to support 5 more teams. And so if you are interested, again, it'll be a 1-day workshop in your community, as well as 4 coaching sessions and some support for leadership. You'd be welcome to contact Adrian Peltonen from the RCC. There'll be some invitations to offer some expressions of interest soon. But you'd be welcome to let her know if you're interested so she could let you know when that's available.
So the title of my talk is Kinesiology, Innovation, Practicalities, and Primary Care. As Colleen mentioned, I'll be sharing this talk with the ChangeBC Kinesiology students. I would first like to acknowledge the traditional ancestral territory of the Tsimshian people and express the privilege it is for me to be here on these lands and participate in this really inspiring health summit. I'm going to begin with a little bit of history as it relates to the field of kinesiology and also innovation, and show this study that was done by my mentor in the field a long time ago, Frank Saltine. He was a physician, but also did his PhD in kinesiology. And he conducted this really famous study called the Dallas study. And what they did with this study was they had college-age students lie in bed for 3 weeks and look at the effects on their physiology. And then after that 3-week period, then they got them to exercise training.
and they made all kinds of measurements on their fitness, their physiology, health status. What you can see here in this graph is a picture of heart volume throughout the different phases of the study. So you can see on the left in pink, this is the heart volume before they started, so that's under normal conditions. And then after 3 weeks of bed rest, the size of the heart, or the heart shrunk 12% in its size. And that's measured, that was measured by X-ray. And they measured all kinds of other physiological functions as well. And then they had them exercise training, and the size of the heart remodeled to be 18% larger. Now, this is really phenomenal if you can appreciate the structural changes of such a vital organ with these interventions. So only 3 weeks of physical activity induces huge wasting of organ systems and has a profound effect. The good news, and that's related to kinesiology, is that training can completely reverse and enhance in this case, the heart and the size. Now, this has significant functional implications. You can see here on an ultrasound differences in the size of the heart. And you can imagine the huge remodeling and signaling pathways that have to be coordinated for such a major adaptive response from the detrained to the trained state. And why is this important? It's important because it has a massive impact on our function and on our health. So from the previous graph where I showed you the patients or the study volunteers at baseline, if we measured the actual pumping capacity of the heart, at baseline they could pump about 20 liters per minute at maximum exercise. And then on bed rest, they lost about 5 liters per minute in pumping capacity of the heart, just in 3 weeks with that volume change. And then with training, they could rebound to increase substantially above where they were even at baseline, but remarkably so after the bed rest. And then when we measure fitness, there's this very direct relationship between how the heart functions and how much work you can do and what your fitness level is or your maximum oxygen uptake. So just an example of a very significant study in the history of kinesiology dating back to 1968. And if you can imagine the significance of this, this is half a liter. If you were to take these data, 20 of these is the difference between bed rest and training every minute in the ability of the heart to pump blood. This is remarkable. And what did this innovation lead to? It led to this transformation in how patients are treated. So cardiac rehab before this study was based on having patients post-infarction lay in bed and take it easy. And there was the thinking at the time that it was risky to be physically active after a heart attack. This was such a significant finding that transformed cardiac rehab to engage patients in exercise very soon after myocardial infarction with much improved health outcomes. Because under their bed rest conditions, even the damaging effects of a heart attack were made worse by bed rest, as shown by that study. So just an example of our history, how kinesiology has played a really key role in transforming healthcare practice with major steps forward in practice. And since then, I can't resist showing the slides on some of the innovations in our field of kinesiology, but a really remarkable level of work done in our field to understand the mechanisms whereby exercise remodels organ systems, alters metabolic pathways, and confers significant improvements in health, even at the level of altering gene expression and organ system function.
And for example, we know that if you acutely exercise, you turn on about 600 proteins that are very, very active in inducing signals that really are the underlying basis for improving health. And this is such an exciting part of what kinesiologists are doing. And I think which also has attracted the attention of many diverse disciplines in health. And even, signaling factors whereby the muscle contracts and the muscle releases a neurotropic factor that circulates to the brain and affects neuroplasticity and mood and mental health. So these are biologically innate endogenous signals that are part of our natural ability to adapt and to have these powerful effects on health. And stemming from Dr. Gupta's talk yesterday, we also know that within the field of exercise, that lived experience and lifestyle gets under our skin, so to speak, and is embedded within organ systems. Dr. Gupta talked about lived experience and traumas that stay with us and influence us throughout our life and impact our health. The same is true for physical activity. And we now know that within our field, that sedentary behavior or sedentary lifestyle, and in contrast, very active, physically active lifestyle gets embedded in our genes, gets imprinted in how our genes are expressed, so priming our genes for either health promoting effects or health inhibiting or pathogenic responses. And this is a field called exercise epigenetics, where signals like methylation or acetylation actually prime genes to signal healthy proteins and pathways that are part of our health or susceptibility to disease. And this points to the importance of traditional lifestyle, because the thinking now is that in modern times, we are replacing exercise or physical activity back into our way of life, where we evolved as humans throughout thousands and thousands of years to be physically active, and that shaped our whole genetic makeup. And so it is natural for us, it's our biological heritage, in addition to long-standing cultural heritage that we were physically active. And so I think this provides a background for what is normal and what is important and necessary for health in that sphere of what kinesiologists do. And so over time, this has, the work being done in kinesiology has really led to enhance the legitimization of our field as an important discipline within the whole healthcare system. And now we know that exercise has vast effects on multiple disease systems. In fact, currently about 26 chronic diseases can be benefited by physical activity or exercise prescription. We also need to understand the right approaches to prescribe exercise, and students will be talking about that a bit later. But we need to understand these mechanisms, because we can't just apply one type of exercise to everyone. And you see, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, even when it comes to nutrition, but also exercise, there's some fads out there, and popular culture advances certain types of exercise that are, from popular trends, and we need to be a little bit cautious, and that's where the importance of kinesiology students studying with the right kind of research-based knowledge to form the kind of exercise that we apply to diverse people that we see, especially in the clinical setting. And so, just for example, you can see some of these trends that occur. High intensity training for women, burn more fat in less time. Well, I think Ahmed and Carmela, having taken a course from me, understand that
if you're doing these kinds of sprint activities, you're not burning fat at all. It's important to have the foundational research-based knowledge of kinesiology to know the right approaches. And you know, a lot of hits on the internet, 48,000 last year, is probably double that now. But if we take a research lens, and this is a study I published some years ago, taking this model, in fact, you can look at the title here, doesn't sound so positive, and actually prescribe to the wrong people this type of training that's highly popular can actually hurt. And this got a lot of media attention, and so pointing to the importance of rigorous knowledge base through kinesiology research to inform the right approach for individual patients. And I think the future of our field will be to advance beyond where we are right now on the mechanisms for exercise for health, and that is to go beyond what we currently have. It used to be that HbA1c was this new discovered marker for diabetes. We use cholesterol lipids. They had their early sort of discovery phase, and the whole population knows about them now. But in our field, we also know that the list of growing signaling molecules that can be predictive markers for health that can be applied in a clinical setting is really growing. So in the future, when we think of innovation, there may be predictive biomarkers that are even better than HbA1c or lipid profile, because they can tell much earlier a trend that might be occurring for risk, or even guiding the appropriateness of an exercise prescription, because they're that sensitive. But where we are now is that the health profession, this is a statement by the physician stand put out by the American Heart Association, that says that cardiorespiratory fitness testing must be realized to optimize the prevention and treatment of disease and meet the American Heart Association's 2020 goals. And so exercise testing should be included in any physical exam in the primary care setting. Pretty strong statement from a highly respected organization. So the word is out that exercise is important, and even looking at predictive models, that the data you get, the information you get from an exercise test by a trained kinesiologist has high predictive validity for disease risk. So we know that. Has there been the uptake within the healthcare system for kinesiologists? There is now through Change, but that is fairly unique, I would say, at the system level. I'll just talk a little bit about a study that was done at UBC amongst family physician residents, done by, co-authored by Professor Mike Cole, who's in the School of Kinesiology. And they interviewed 319 UBC family medicine residents. And the results were that 98% believed physical activity was integral to patients' health. 100% felt the responsibility to discuss physical activity with patients. 96% reported that exercise prescription is important in their future practice. They also then reported that knowledge of physical activity guidelines was low, and also that their competence in prescribing exercise. And only 15% perceived that their training in exercise prescription was adequate, and many rated themselves as somewhat incompetent in prescribing exercise for chronic disease. And 91% indicated their desire for more training. That's not the case for the ChangeBC. And I'm continually impressed and inspired by the physicians here who really get it, who understand the importance of exercise and kinesiology in primary care, and who've made the change. And with Lori's talk yesterday about mounting change, a program that is valid, it's impactful, it aligns with all the principles of our national organizations, CSEP, and other accreditation agencies in exercise physiology. It's sound, it works, and it's been taken up by the Pacific Northwest, and is really leading the way. And yesterday, Dr. Linton and Dr. Odo commented that we're really dedicated to making British Columbians healthier. And that's really at the core, and they believe it, and they are committed to making this happen as part of primary care. And where this kind of got started, and we think of innovation and also transformation, going back to my opening slides. You know, I received a call from Colleen in 2018, and she said, my name is Colleen Entz. I'm Executive Director of the Pacific Northwest Division of Family Practice. Our primary care network is really interested in exercise and primary care. Would you be interested in having discussions about how we collaborate? And I immediately said, of course, this is fantastic. Because I have known for quite a while, I've been in the field for some time, that all those position statements, the interests, the knowledge, or the awareness that exercise is important in primary care, nobody was taking it up. And here was Colleen calling me from the north, far, far away, calling me in Vancouver and saying, we want to do this. And I was really inspired, thinking, wow, a group that, who would have thought that in the Pacific Northwest would be the place of innovation. And so quickly we were able to recruit co-op students to be involved, and it proved to be really successful, as you heard yesterday. But importantly, the work and the dedication of this team has led to, I think, a really significant transformation or innovation, an important step forward in that comment, making the lives of British Columbians healthier. Colleen sent me this email in July 2021, and I'll put on my glasses to read it, but it says, Dr. Bushell, here's the official list we received from the Ministry of Health on July 28th, after advocacy for kinesiology to be included, and the work of the Pacific Northwest and our collaboration over the last 4 years. So you can see in red here, primary care networks recognized by the Ministry of Health as including kinesiologists as part of the team-based system. So I think this is really transformative, a major step forward in innovation, and also our ability to go forward. What did we do then? Round two, most recently, putting out an advertisement for students to be engaged in the next phase of change. And here with us are our students who responded immediately. 13 amazing students responded to be involved, and since January, been part of the expanding team of change, doing amazing work. And I have to comment on how much these students inspire me and really have added so much to what Change Team's done and is doing. Really talented, committed, creative, and inspiring students who work as a team, add so much to what Change and the division are doing, and are really making an amazing difference. In addition to that, word is getting out, and delighted that Robert Bush is here, our new Indigenous student advisor, who is really helping guide and will continue in the future. And Chris Moet, where's Chris? Chris is here. Will be joining the team as well to do some research along with the Change program. I think what I've observed over the last year working with Change on the innovation side is really the important Indigenous knowledge and health perspective that Charlene has brought to the group. That not only has been really important and insightful in respecting Indigenous peoples, but in addition to that, it's made everything that Change does and the team does better. And that's really been such a delight and inspiration to be part of. And also having Mary Lou at our meetings, bringing her gracious perspective as an elder and also communicating the voices of community. And so this has been really important. Alana Cook talking about land-based activity. Going back to that epigenetic slide, I mean, it is returning to what we've traditionally known about what is good for health. And it also, I think, is really applicable to everyone because not everyone exercises in a gym. Like most people enjoy being in the outdoors and doing exercise in nature. So traditional lifestyle being really important, that helps everyone. And this is a recently approved NSERC grant that would be adding to Change, and Chris Moet working together with Carmela, one of the kinesiology leads, and the whole kinesiology team will be looking at measurements of physiological responses in Indigenous traditional activities. And this will be an important innovation in practice. And there's a basis for this, and we did an important study in northern Greenland looking at westernized lifestyle, and then a very unique group of Inuit hunters who survive truly by hunting and gathering. In the very, very far north, 80 degrees latitude north of Greenland. And we had a chance to study them, looked at their ability, their metabolic capacity, took biopsies from them and compared them to Western students who were involved in the study, who skied for 42 days. And just a glimpse of traditional lifestyle throughout an entire lifespan. And so these are westernized Danes. They were all medical students, and this is their mitochondrial function. The ability of mitochondria and muscle to consume oxygen. And this was them pre-training. And then this was a group of Inuit in the region of Kanak who lived on a westernized diet. And but they were still quite active. And then here were the hunters with this huge ability to oxidize lipids and consume oxygen in their mitochondria. And then compared to the Danes who, after 42 days of skiing 6 hours a day, improved markedly from baseline, but still didn't reach the level of the hunters, who were incredibly fit, living this traditional lifestyle. So also important in imparting the importance of lifestyle over the time of your life. On practicalities and sustainability going forward, what we're doing to continue students being engaged in Change program is mounting new courses, a new model of work integrated learning whereby kinesiology students can continue to, or they can sign up to be involved with Change, get course credits for it, and it's specifically geared towards Change and the Change program. In addition to that, other courses that students can take that are research-based at the undergraduate level and then also at the graduate level. And we're in discussions about the current team being able to provide mentorship, even continue after their period this summer is over, to have that transition, support, and consistency and sustainability of what they do within Change.
in addition to that, Doug Klein yesterday talked about the Healthy Cities grant, the CIHR grant. So interestingly, we are trying to now take change and bring that to Vancouver. Our hope is that we can develop that, and with a significant amount of funding, we hope, then to evaluate the different forms of change. And this will be in collaboration with Change in the Pacific Northwest, but then trying to bring that also to an urban environment as part of the Healthy Cities CIHR initiative. People are becoming more and more aware of change, and we have a talk that's coming up next week, the JCC pre-forum, and also the team-based care presentation that we will all give at UBC as part of UBC Health. This is really important for communicating the importance of change and of team-based approach that has come to life here and that is thriving. In the future of innovation, we now have a new facility under construction at UBC called the Gateway Building. This will be the home for all kinesiology students. We will have state-of-the-art laboratories. It has a musqueam design to the whole building with outdoor medicinal garden, traditional musqueam, traditional musqueam plants. It will also have a joint wet lab together with Ricky Yada, so that we can collaborate on food science and dietetics and exercise interactions and provide new opportunities for students to do research there. It will also have a space for Indigenous studies and kinesiology, including office space for elders and for graduate students, all of our kinesiology students and our Indigenous student advisor. And we'll also have community engagement spaces. And the aim here then is to continue the sustainability of change by this building a collaborative network between UBC, continuing this great work that's being done here, where we have bi-directional exchange of people and ideas and collaboration and space to do that work. And so thinking towards the future of healthcare teams, team-based care with kinesiologists very much involved, and as from some of the presentations here today and also yesterday, leading into the future with innovation and sustainable models to make people healthier. And I'll now turn it over to our amazing students. Say a few words from the students.
So, us as kinesiology leads, we're going to start talking about, our process of joining change, why we join change, and maybe a little bit about why kinesiology. For me, I started off as a biology major, and I honestly did not enjoy learning about sporophytes and plants and plant reproduction. I wanted something a little bit more applicable. I had no idea what kinesiology was, but I inevitably took an elective and I fell in love with it. And from there on, here I am doing my master's in kinesiology. So it played out really well because I'm also a washed up athlete. So it all played out really well in terms of kinesiology for me. And in regards to change, how did that come to be? I think a lot of it was my class that I initially took with Dr. Lucia in bioenergetics. And I remember my head spinning when he would talk about, all of the cellular stuff that goes on with exercise. Even though I was a master's student, I still didn't realize how much was going on there. And he was inviting us over to ChangeBC just over word of mouth. And I was really interested because he mentioned that it was a referral program for medical doctors. And since kinesiology is not a registered program, we don't really have that opportunity. So from there on, it was an instant jump on, and I was completely sold. And it's been great ever since. So I'll pass it on to some of my other colleagues for them to introduce themselves and their stories as well.
Hi, so sorry, don't have much of a voice. My name is Deanna. All of you, I'm in my second year of my master's in discipline kinesiology. So I think a lot of the KIN students can agree with this too. Like when you first started in KIN, explaining your parents the difference between like KIN and physio. Like, no, I'm not in physio school. I'm in kinesiology. And once I finally learned that, it's like, oh, like your grandma went to the doctor and they said to exercise more. So what should she do? And you're in like your first year in anatomy or physiology. Like I have no idea. You go through your whole degree being like, oh, so and so went to the doctor and they said to exercise more. What should they do? And you're still, I'm not sure. Just learning about the gaps in our healthcare system. And we learn about why exercise is so important in our courses, but that connection isn't quite there yet. So that's why I got really interested in exercise in primary care and just making it as part of your standard care in health. And then seeing this opportunity with Dr. Bushel too was super cool just to see that in practice. It's not something that I think a lot of kinesiology students have the opportunity for. That's why I got involved in this.
Thanks, Deanna. Hello, everyone. My name is Carmela, and I'm first year Master's of Kinesiology student at UBC. And similar to Ahmed, I started off pursuing biology, and I like fish, but not that much. So I do love the human body, and I learned that and then pursued kinesiology. I worked for 4 years after that in NIMO, loved helping people, but I always felt like there was more to learn. So I went back to UBC in my first year, with the class with Dr. Michelle, and he pitched the idea of working with ChangeBC and helping rural communities as part of the primary care team. And I thought, holy, how amazing for kinesiologists to be acknowledged as part of this team. And I sat on it for a bit because I was really just back at school to learn. But by the end of my first term, I knew that change needs to happen in the classroom, but also help patients. So I said, is it too late? I'd love to help out. And here we are. So glad I made the cut. And then from there on, I was able to lead all the students and work with a great team. And then from there, we were underway. And I think all the students remember that first day that we met and said, you guys have a meeting at 7:30 a.m. with the Pacific Northwest Division. And I know half of us are not up that early. And this is a meeting with some very important people, some doctors, people who are good at making change happen, people who are advocates out there, making healthcare better. And here we are, some of us in our second year of kinesiology just trying to be better. And it was very nerve-wracking, but we were luckily met with warm welcomes and a seat as equals at a table with these change makers. And I think that's something that I feel like very privileged about compared to some of my last education experiences. And from then on, the three of us were split up, and same with the undergraduate students, to create 3 pillars. 3 pillars were community engagement, program delivery, and exercise prescription. Within those streams, we tried to help equip ourselves and our student team with the skills to help Pacific Northwest better. I'm going to expand on community engagement. That was me, Nina, Peyton, and Kawami. And what we did is our very best to learn about the Pacific Northwest from Vancouver, learn what it was that was important to the communities here and help them better. And we learned some lessons along the way, and we tracked our progress through social media and other means so that we can make sure this can be around.
So I headed up the program delivery team with Lisa, Cameron, and Cheyenne. So we talked a lot about just kind of the logistics of program delivery earlier on. We weren't sure if we get to be in person, so there's a lot of talk about what a virtual program would look like. It's something that we hope to continue on as well. We got the opportunity to work with Lori and Lindsay on a platform called Minute School from Lori, just supplement to the exercise education sessions that our KIN students will be delivering, as well as anyone who does have that limited access to internet. So you can see in our photos up there, we have Ahmed giving his presentation, Cheyenne giving hers. This is Lindsay and myself just in UBC studios. We had a whole lot of fun filming those presentations and just going to edit them, and we're currently uploading them on a platform. Our team has also written up some exercise assessment training documents for the team up here, and just ran some training sessions as well. And just like Carmelo was saying, working towards making this a sustainable program for all the students that are coming at us.
Awesome. So I was the lead for the exercise prescription team. Probably the better team. I like to brag a little bit because we were honestly such a well-balanced team and we worked so great together. And I remember in the presentation that Dr. Gupta mentioned, I don't know if you're still around in Zoom land, but he mentioned that great teams don't come by chance. And I feel like we're definitely one of the exceptions. Our exercise prescription team, not to make them blush too much, but we were full of fourth-year students. So a lot of the folks there, they had great experience in kinesiology already. So it wasn't like me leading them, it was more of a collaboration approach. So in regards to what we did in exercise prescription, we were kindly inspired by Alana Cook, and we brought together a lot of the information from her sessions in regard to exercise and not being limited to the gym. A lot of our exercise prescriptions was very culturally sensitive. We took aspects from functional movements such as canoeing, kayaking, spearing, fishing, etc. And we put functional exercises that help develop those muscles so that individuals that come into prescription and ask about, I really want to go hiking or I really want to continue fishing. How do we develop that instead of, go to the gym, do 10 push-ups, do 10 jumping jacks? It's more functional. We give them exercises that will help them fulfill what they want to do in exercise. So we took a really good inspiration from that, and we hope to put these functional circuits into play as well as kinesiologists. And of course, tons of photos here from our exercise prescription. Oh, right. I've been cute to keep going on the next slide. Okay. All right, yeah, let's talk a little bit about the soft launch and what we did for that. So over here up top, we have a little picture of our trip me and Carmela took from Vancouver all the way up to Terrace. And I couldn't have asked for a better buddy to drive with, Carmela. So it was great. We also had Bruno, her dog, which was awesome. He definitely kept us company. So yeah, we definitely had a great drive and obviously made great friends with the rest of the kinesiologist team. There we have me and Truman over there, crab fishing. And then Truman caught his first fish that day, a little baby halibut. Yeah, that's the guy, right? Awesome. And then Olivia, of course, with their great photography there, and look at her over there with the fishing pole. So with the help, of course, with Northern Hospitality and students, we of course drove up. And a little bit about our experience for folks in Houston, Smithers, me and Isa. We were out there and we started doing our first initial assessments with patients. And we've learned tons. Like it's like learning about it is so much different than experiencing it. And it can honestly come down to small changes. Like we were practicing blood pressure before we started seeing patients to make sure that we didn't have a ticket, right? And we used the cuffs that fit our arms. But when we started seeing patients, we didn't have a lot larger arms. So it was the rush of, how did we not think about this? So we had to run up to the next side clinic and talk to the receptionist to give us cuffs that fit. But it's the little changes there that make the difference, and making sure that you are prepared to see patients is a big part of it. Another thing is talk about pictures, but I've done that. Okay, I think that's all. All right, so I'll pass it down to Carmel.
Thanks, Amit. Yeah, just to further what he was saying, I think the big message here was that we can try as much about the Pacific Northwest as possible from Vancouver, that nothing beats having patients and people who've already been working here be our teachers. So as we come here and learn these small lessons, and I know as we see more patients, our bandwidth to learn about our own practice is just going to explode. And that potential for us as master students, but then even our younger undergraduate students, is just really amazing to be able to provide that opportunity. It became increasingly obvious that even though our education equipped us with the foundational knowledge and things like anatomy and biomechanics, we needed to make sure that our students were equipped with those soft skills. That is what takes them over the edge to be able to give that high top-notch care where they can help patients move the way that they want to. So emphasizing training in things like trauma-informed practice, which we had some of yesterday, motivational interviewing and cultural safety became the new top of the list instead of just focusing on exercise. And then there was this other common theme that started to arise since the very beginning of working with change. And that was that a lot of people were still a bit unclear about what kinesiology was and what kinesiology practice actually looks like. And this was a big gap that we decided we're going to fill it right now. I'm going to go through it. But it's important for our patients to know what this is, because when they come and see us, it's very daunting to not know who you're going to see and what you're going to do. And it's important for our colleagues to know that too, because to spread the good word and make sure that they know that they're referring their patients to someone that they trust, they should understand what we do as well. So to demystify kinesiology, we are a university-educated health professional who applies human movement science to promote health and well-being. We prevent, manage, and rehabilitate injuries. We treat illness, diseases. We help restore function, and we can also optimize performance in the workplace, sport, or just your performance in life. I'll bring your attention to the spectrum at the bottom, and if you feel that you may fit in this space, then we can help you. It's not really about what you do and how you can move. It's that this is the way you move and how to move better, and we can help. Kinesiology is unique in that it's very interactive. It's preventative, so it's a healthcare profession that we don't have to wait for you to already be hurt to help you. Like I said, if you have a goal to be better and be better, then we're there. So we're preventative healthcare practitioners. And big tipper is that we spend a lot of time. When you see us, we hang out for 45 minutes to an hour. We get to know you. And in that time, we build a lot of trust. So again, we use that skill and knowledge of anatomy and physiology, but you'll also see our curriculum on the side there. We receive coursework in things like sociology, psychology. We learn how people think, we learn how they move, and we use the time that we have in our practice to help people move and change the way they move sustainably. Because sustainable movement change is lifestyle change, and lifestyle change makes people healthy. This is why I think metabolic syndrome shows kinesiologists as a key player on primary care team. And that's why I think we're all still here. Metabolic syndrome has done a really great thing by removing a huge barrier and making us accessible. In the regular space, kinesiology is actually very expensive. And then it's expensive to see us frequently enough to make that change. And here we are with metabolic syndrome, allowing patients who meet the criteria to see us weekly for 3 months, right off the get-go. That's amazing. And from there on, I know metabolic syndrome is trying to make this accessible to all people. And like we just went over, we can help all people. So we're really doing groundbreaking work, and we thank you for the opportunity. The last bit I just want to talk on is, like I was saying, a lot of people don't quite understand what kinesiology is sometimes, and that same thing goes for students. It's hard to picture, what is my practice going to look like? And Change fills that piece by showing kinesiology students what practicing as a kinesiologist looks like to promote career longevity. So everyone who comes through Change and sees the good work and feels the ability to help patients is what's going to make kinesiology students stay in practice and continue to help. Now I'm going to pass it off here.
So just off of what Carmela was talking about, that's why Change has been incredible, because it has been such a shift in how we learn in kinesiology. Like, I think both of you can attest this to. When we were going through our undergrads not very long ago, our kinesiology opportunities, or maybe mine personally, looked like, you know, you got to shadow the personal trainer in the gym, you got to be like maybe a physiotherapy assistant, but you didn't really get to see what kinesiology looks like in practice. So it's hard to want a career like that if you don't know what it looks like. Change has been an amazing opportunity to engage with what we learned in our courses, that material, and really apply it directly to a healthcare setting, not 3 or 4 years after you learn it, but I mean, we have our 7:30 a.m. morning meetings, so you learn something Thursday afternoon in class and Friday morning. Yes, we talked about this in class in the morning or last night. We can apply it in the morning to what we plan, like especially going through our project planning process in the past 6 months. Carmela was talking a lot about our psychology and our sociology courses too. there's not a lot of space to practice those skills in those courses. A lot of the time it is just a lecture. If it's a tutorial, we're talking about papers, and it's honestly just kind of awkward practicing those softer skills if you don't know what it's like to be with patients. I think the undergraduate students, they know they're lucky, but it is amazing that they get to be in clinics, learning from their patients and practicing that rapport building. We talked so much about relationships and how that's kind of like the backbone of this program and how that drives patients to want to exercise and want to change their diet. And like for myself, like being a kinesiologist after graduating, that's when I started learning those skills. So my poor patients at the very beginning, that I did not have those skills to connect with them, and it's just something that we built over time. And we can talk about it as much as we want, but that actual practice in person and being immersed in it for the 3-4 months of the summer is just such an incredible opportunity to build up those patient skills and then get to bring it back when we go back to classes in September. We've gotten to learn from the successes of the Change program and really build on the diversity of the Pacific Northwest Division and continue to celebrate the diversity as we move forward with the program. And finally, it's just been amazing to work with this team of people, like Carmelo was saying at the beginning. We genuinely feel like we have a seat at the table, and it's not something that we as students get the opportunity in a healthcare setting, in a professional setting often, to have our voices heard and to have them taken into account when we are building the program. Like having that autonomy really gives us the confidence to continue to build our own practice. And we just really hope this model of learning continues for all the Change students moving forward. So thank you so much.
We have Tom Smith. Tom, Jerry Kingston and I met John Smith and Prince George at our annual caucus meeting with First Nation Health Authority. And Tom does land-based healings. And I'll give him a moment to share with all of you what he does and how we incorporate it in our practice.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge the church's territory. I'm also Tsimshian and Haisa. I've been doing this work for about 10 years now. I've taken a lot of courses and I've gone as far as Seattle to learn about trapped emotions inside the body. And so I guess a lot of the things that I do now is I observe a lot of body language, and I can also, I've learned to, it sounds a little silly, but I can see what's going on inside the body. Because I know that from my story and my history, both my parents went to residential school. So I used to say that I was born into trauma, but years later I realized I was born with trauma. And because of that, I've learned lots about how stress affects the body. The best way I can describe it is you have a car accident, know that there's going to be an impact, and your body tenses up. And after the impact, after the accident, your body hasn't released it yet. So you don't get a lot of whiplashes, the muscles are always tight because the body doesn't realize that it's over. And so same thing with the stress. It's like when you get this kind of stress, your nervous system doesn't calm down. You can fight or freeze, so you're always in that stress, your body is just like bouncing all over the place inside. And all I'm doing is I'm just observing, like I mentioned earlier, is I'm observing what's going on. I watch a lot of body language. So it's really interesting process to watch. And there's some techniques that I do too, where I do some muscle release to actually, where I can feel the body kind of exhales and just releases. So it's hard to describe. You just kind of have to come and have a session and see what comes up. What I find really interesting is like when people come in to see me and say, "Oh, I want to work on stressful coworker," but I actually teach you to a totally different area. And so, yeah, kind of what I do. So hopefully see some more. Just outside the room, if you want to come and ask questions. Because everything that's going on inside the body, it has a story. The person knows what the story is. Most times they do. But when you start unpacking it, a lot of the stuff is like belongs to this person, this person. Like for myself, I was born with a lot of this trauma, so all this trauma is connected to residential schools. So then once you have this awareness that a lot of the stuff that you carry inside your body is not even yours, and your body just like let's go. Hopefully that experience a little bit. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Tom. We have been sending some people out to Tom, a couple of students, and thank you for being open to that opportunity. The reason for sending out the students, in our culture, we always say we're looking after the next 7 generations. And we honor the youth, our children in our house groups, in our communities. And it's our opportunity. Yes, I'm a grandma, a Lou, a Gigi. I can say that in 3 languages. And as the hereditary chief for La Chibuna in Nakazli Wadoden, our traditional name is Niskell. And I'm the head of La Chibu in Nakazli territory. It's an opportunity to learn. I don't identify as a First Nations woman. I don't identify as Indigenous. I introduce myself as Charlene Webb. I'm from the Carriers. And that's how we recognize who we are and respect each other's territory. I share with actually anybody that would listen, and I change how I greet people. Hello. I'm a Ginkla. I'm a Haitian. I challenge myself to learn the language in the area I live and breathe, and that's the Tsimshian and the Niska and the Gitsan tied together with the Amakin clan. So I ask the angels to protect my heart when I introduce myself, and I pause. So I know my words are comforting and not harmful to people. It's good to be hard on the solution. Don't be hard on the person. When you have the opportunity to work in communities, be open to how we introduce ourselves to you. Try to avoid words like Indigenous, First Nations. Like listen up their case to how some are really strong, some are just learning, and some don't want to practice it. So just play off their case when you go in community. And always go visit an elder. If it's in the smokehouse, it's by the wood pile, it's out there, if you keep doing it, there's always going to be a teaching. When you do it that way, you're building a relationship and a trust with the community. And when you start building that relationship and trust, it's easier to have you there for the good times. So when a traumatic event happens, you're a familiar face in the crowd. Because all too often with our history, we have visitors come in our community, and typically they're taking our children, be it residential school or Ministry of Children and Family. And we all do this. Where do they come from? Where's our kids? Get involved in the community. That's why I say go to the smokehouse, go to the woodpile, go wherever they are.
because then you're a familiar face in the crowd and you're welcome when there is a traumatic event happening. And that goes for the rest of the audience. It's easier to have you there at the bad time when you're a familiar face in the crowd. Okay? And then there's more openness. So with our culture, it is important that we honor and hold up the youth and recognize the work you're doing, because you are our future leaders. You resemble more so Robert's work to who we are and how we taught you and how we connected with you. And it's typical practice that we call on the matriarchs in our community to come in and share with you guys some words of encouragement. So with that, I'd like to call on Mary Lou and Jerry Easter. Mary Lou is our elder from Tsimshian, and Jerry is our health director from Kitsumkalum, our sister reserve. But Jerry is also a Taupan further up north. So I would like to call on these two ladies to come up and share some words with the youth. Thank you.
So nice to be able to join the group today. And, just being here for the morning. So interesting hearing what you all will be school for, how it's going to be helping our people. And I'd like to say thank you for the work you're going to be doing.
Like this, but I'm pleasure for me to get up and acknowledge these young students. I really would like to say how they're starting. They're on a new journey, and how fortunate they are to have the support and such a great teacher, a professor, such as Dr. Michelle. And I really think that you're at a crossroads right now. You are very close knit. You're like a little family. You all know each other very well, but you're now taking a step in your own directions. And I really encourage you to stay strong, because in life there's so many happy occasions, there's so many disappointments. But if you keep focused on what you want to reach your goals, you will do well. Thank you.
And take the teachings you get from whichever community you work in. It doesn't have to be, doesn't always have to be First Nations. Go to the elders' house. Okay? Don't let that, oh, I can't go. If you're invited to a settlement feast, a soul meeting, a potlatch, go. Honor that invitation. Okay? The strength you're going to find from each other are going to carry you for many years to come. And you're going to say that to your future kids. I must add, if we give you a nickname, we've adopted you. Right? So, and it's not to disrespect who you are, it's that connection. Robert and I were talking yesterday morning, and our history, we're both part of Gitsan. So we never know where that connection is going to be. So my words of advice to all of you is hold this bond to support one another. When one stands up, one succeeds, you all succeed. One fails, you all fail. So support and stand each other up and push each other. You see one falling behind, reach out.
And for those that are receiving the help, take it humbly. Because when you get to be our age real old, you're going to remember that friendship and you're going to carry that the rest of your life and reconnect with each other. Thank you for doing what you do and bringing energy to our group. I truly appreciate it. Massimo. Thank you. You guys can have a seat now. I recognize Dr. Ayala's comment yesterday around the political people. You guys are the political people. Each and every one of you sitting here. The political lead takes direction from us, the population. You guys are going to do it in a good way. Don't ever be scared to challenge our political leads because we are the political leads. We give our politicians, our chiefs, our elected council members, their mandate to what to do. And the commitment Jerry and I are going to do is bring this forward to First Nations Health and recommend we invite ChangeBC and the kinesiologists to come to our caucus where you have a room full of chiefs who are going to hear the good work that we witnessed firsthand. We have our annual caucus, spring and fall caucus in Prince George. So we will make that commitment to get you guys on the agenda so we can talk about ChangeBC and the positive outcomes that we want for our members. So I'm hoping that we can invite all the students to come back in the fall to share your presentation and the work you're doing. I'm excited and looking forward to hopefully make a visit to the new campus area. Definitely on my to-do list. So culture is not always something that we walk in and we're going to sit down, you're always going to learn. It doesn't matter if it's First Nations or Asian or East Indian, we're always learning. Tom is part of land-based healing. I did have another Indigenous focus orientation therapy that I wanted to do, but that will take a whole day. And it's good, but it was important we hear the work that's going on now. We do have a team in the north and the northwest Indigenous focus orientation therapy, also known as IFOC. And there's probably about 40 of us certified in this. So, and it's to talk about what Tom was doing, where we feel it in our body. And the presentation, I'm sorry, his name eludes me right now, when he talked about the prenatal and carrying that trauma. And we call it, as Tom reflected on it, it's born with it. That blood trauma that we're born with. And what do we do with it is up to us. And that just doesn't apply to First Nations. It belongs to every human on this earth. Every human is born with that trauma. How we work through it with our body, with the work that Tom does, is one avenue. With the work with the IFOT is another avenue. And the work with the mental health counselors and the doctors about changing our diet, changing our medication. So it allows us to feel the trauma and how to deal with it, helps our mental wellness. I encourage you all, like I said yesterday, the work that the doctors and nurses and the behind the scenes, you carry our stories. sit by, please, I ask you to sit by water and release it. We release it to water because water will dilute it and it won't harm anything. Brush yourself off. You feel overwhelmed. Meet with an elder. Find somebody you can just talk to. When we talk, we're listening to respond, and we're not listening to the conversation. So reflect on that with yourself. Are you listening to respond? Are you listening to hear? Because our belief is that trauma is buried in the material, and it will repeat itself if we don't burn it. And when we burn it, that's not bringing harm to anybody, including her kids. Because we feel that the fabrics carry that trauma, and we carry it. And we're prone to get hurt again. With the jewelry, you can smudge it, wash it, and smudge it. So that is our practice, our customs, our beliefs, be it a carrier to a Tahltan, to a Nisgat, to a Tsimshian. A lot of our cultural teachings are similar. So when you meet with them, don't be scared to ask, where'd you come from? And change how we treat people. Hi, how you doing? Don't do that unless you're going to invest that time to hear a response. Greet people. Hi, it's nice to see you. Or you're on the phone. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice. You bring that calmness that opens the door for them to connect. Unless you're willing to invest that time, how you doing? It says good to see you. It's good to hear your voice. Change how we talk is going to make a difference into the relationship. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for allowing us to share just a little bit of our culture, our practice, and beliefs. And for being openness to work with mom. We do have a dance group that's going to come in during our lunch hour. Don't hesitate to ask questions or engage. There's no wrong answer. Masi, Natalia. Thank you guys.